All right, just kind of getting started. Hello. Morning. Oh, interesting. Okay. Hey. As you can see, I am waiting for the game to load. It is loading very slowly. Mm, Okay. Come on. You got hands too? I've had hands for a while. Like since for a little while now. Since beginning of the month, I think. Something. I can't remember when we got hands. But I've got hands. Yeah. And I can clap. And I can wave. I can yawn. Oop. Game's loading. As well as I can quote things if I want to. Um, you know. Yay. This is never seen. It's they don't get used too much because it's first off they are kind of newish, and also because I'm bad about using them. It's my bad. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's neat that it's neat, you know. Yeah, but yeah, they do exist, you know. Yeah, there. If you've never seen them, then that just shows that I'm not using them enough. I don't really talk with my hands all that much, but sometimes I do. It just depends. It's totally cool. Yeah, I'm just kind of still waking up as well. So my brain's kind of because I was ready to stream and then I was like I was ready to stream and then I realized that I'd been up for a really long time And so I was like, okay, maybe I should have a nap first. And that's what happened. I had a nap. It was I remember that I have to sleep sometimes. Now, sorry, I couldn't reach the mute. Two? Yes. Why two? Why does two matter? I need more than two. Oh, I didn't see that pillow. Thank you for the thing. I do appreciate. I'm just okay. Hopefully you're having a good day, Barry. And everybody's doing good. Hello, congrats on first. Okay, one sec though. I've got to take a vitamin or vitamin, depending on your pronunciation. Okay. I was watching a few people yesterday, and it got brought up that maybe there might be some real-time strategy stuff that, like, I think it's, or wait, is it real-time strategy? What is that game genre called? Is it called RTS? Yeah, real-time strategy games might get played more. Yeah, like Age of Empires, or specifically the one that really caught my ear was Age of Mythology, because I used to really like that game a lot, and I played it tons. And when I was like ages and ages ago, but not like it's not like a most played games kind of thing. It's just I really like the campaign, and I like the playing with my friends. It was fun. We only ever really played a handful of matches. It's like Civ. I really like Civ as well, but Civ I've only ever played like a handful of games. I have a fond memory of playing Civ for 12 hours, getting tired, and then turning over my pristine economy over to the AI just to watch it like went from economies doing absolutely phenomenally, everything's going to great, to just boom, no economy, out of the game. I was like, whoa. I don't know what the AI did that went from, you know, it was solid economy, like just gone out of the game. Just like out of I made some bad choices, I guess. I don't know. The AI of that game can be weird sometimes. And then I found out later that my friends, because there was other AIs in the match, like that we were playing against, kind of. That one of them had like a defense that was just impossible. Like they're just you couldn't break, wouldn't break. And I think the only way to win in that particular game mode was conquest or something. Like you had to take over everything. Can't remember. That's why it was like. But then again, I mean, you sit down to play some of those games, you're committing to several hours worth of play for some of them. Age of Mythology was never like that though. That one's more short-lived. You know, we used to play Titan mode, so the whole point of it would be go for the Titan, And then, but the Titan was always just a distraction, really. It was more just like a something to go for, and then the AI never was able to make a Titan because anytime they tried to make one, they would immediately lose it. I'm just gonna quickly drop this stuff off and then run to the road so that I can find one chipstone. And or do I have an axe? I mean, technically yes, but not really. Yeah, I really like those games. There's a lot of games that I really like lately that are out. I don't have any chipstones, right? Let's go over to the road and look for chipstones. Yeah, those games are fantastic, though. It was always fun seeing how different friends approach different problems, and the different maps are always nice. And I loved reading all the different little lore tidbits that were on a lot of the different characters and stuff. It didn't always get it right though. Some of it had have variants because the stories are there's for some of it there's multiple stories. That's how it all is with Mythos though. It's difficult to really nail down one story for it. Hopefully that fixes itself. Because, it's not working properly. But that's okay. these. Like that. Alright, so we'll be able to make a bowl soon. So and once we have a bowl, well then I don't have to worry about a lot of things. Like bird meat will no longer make us unhappy no matter what. Cooking with fishing, and rabbits can get my weight up a lot easier. Stale food becomes available as a better source of food without causing unhappiness. Lots of things are good because of a bowl. Bowls are a source of happiness. And we have 2 pillows, which is huge. I didn't realize we had a second one. Okay, so we're gonna need to go get 2 clay at least. But also... Oh no, I have candle. Can I light the candle in any way? Can I light the candle in, like, the fire? A drawer full of teeth? Yeah, for later, for making necklaces. Can I light this candle in the fire? I have a candle. I'm gonna run and check if I can light the candle. There's a fire right here. Why can I not light the candle on the fire? It's too much it's too complicated for my poor Van. He doesn't understand. It's okay, Van. It's hard. I get it. Putting the wick near the flames is difficult. You can't light the candle unless you have a lighter or, you know, you need some kind of candle lighting implement. Which means that if you had a candle lighting implement, well, then you would be able to light the kiln. So why would we bother lighting the candle? Is there a way to light the candle in another way? I have a disposable lighter somewhere, don't I? Or was that a different run? This is one of those awkward scenarios where I may have one, but I need to go look around a little. Let's see. Let us see if we can find said disposable lighter. No. 'Cause... I would consider it fire starting gear, which means I would put it by the fires if I had one. Right? I am the kind of person that does that. Yeah, nothing. Which means that I actually don't have any at the moment, probably. I could look upstairs, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to find anything. So let's run out to the main stretch and have a look at the other spot. While we're out there, are we going to attack the zombies? I mean, we could. That's the one sucky part, is a lot of this pathing I need to clean back up, because as you can see, bushes are just starting to pop up everywhere. Like, I can't. It's a lot of bushes. Like, tons and tons of branches and twigs worth of bushes. As well as trees. These smaller trees don't produce very many logs, but they produce a ton of branches. I think they have a chance to drop saplings, but I don't know. I just know for sure they drop branches and twigs. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I was gonna stream earlier today, like a few hours ago. But I remember that I had been staying up for extra time, and I was like, oh yeah, I require sleep sometimes. So I had a nap. 'Cause I was watching some folks and doing some work, but also like I've been a little bit concerned about Emma. Emma's been not under has been under the weather. Emma's mom's there, but like taking care of her, giving her soup and stuff. But it's a concern of mine. And I'm doing okay. I have a little bit of a cough still, but that's kind of been sticking with me ever since I got COVID again. It was unpleasant. I've had COVID several times. The worst part about the whole getting it again though is that I've had my shots and my booster and stuff. Like, I mean, why? Why do I get to have it again? There's some folks that don't get it at all and they don't have any shots. That they're like against that stuff. It's silly. They're just different, I guess. The virus just doesn't like them. But you've never gotten it? Yeah, there's a handful of folks that just never have gotten it, which is okay. Kudos to the folks that haven't, but I've had it a total of 3 times. One out of three was unconfirmed though, so I know I've gotten it twice because I had tests that said positive twice. So, and it's not a fun disease to have. At least for me, it messes with your temperature and makes you sore. So I like that, or at least that's how. So for me, that's how I experienced it. Is that I was hot, I was cold, I was hot, I was cold. I couldn't get my temperature. I couldn't control it, and it was unpleasant. I have a little heater. I'm like clinging to it. The room is sweltering, but I'm still cold. And then suddenly I'm hot, and I can't cool down. And then the muscle soreness, it just sucks. It's unpleasant. The vaccine made you ill each time. See, vaccines are supposed to do that though. They're supposed to give you the antibodies because they're supposed to make you a little sick, but they give you the antibodies so that you're able to then fend off whatever it is, right? When it actually shows up, like the actual disease. It's like they yeah, that's how vaccines work for the most part. A really, really like bare bones explanation for vaccines is that they are essentially infecting you so that you are going to be okay. Not super ill? Yeah. It's to give you that extra little bit. Yeah, so we don't have a lighter, which sucks. Closer to the road, or to the other side, I'll grab a thing. Like shooting yourself with small bullets to... No, that's not... It's not like that at all. Not even close. Because you can't build up resistance to bullets, but your body can build up resistance to disease. That's different. It's, you can't just shoot yourself with smaller bullets and expect it will help you with larger bullets. No. That is a bad analogy. It's like more like um
You're amazing.
it's more like taking a shower before you jump into a pool versus jumping directly into a pool, right? The reason you take a shower before jumping into the pool is so that you're like ready for the water kind of thing. Meanwhile, when you jump into the pool just directly, well, I mean, your body's going to be like kind of shocked by it a little. But yeah, I feel like it's more like that. Thank you for the follows, by the way. I finally got the filter working again for that, so I don't see the follow names anymore. Because for some reason it wasn't working for a short time, so I can have the alert log again, which is nice, without seeing names. It's probably just a human error issue, like on my part. Maybe I accidentally rechecked it or something. It did more harm to your health? Can understand. It's not necessarily good for anyone to be locked indoors and or away from people, especially if they need the interaction. Or it can weaken you a little bit. Like if you don't go outside very much. Because then you can catch more bugs. There's a syndrome that exists where you essentially weaken your own immune system by not because it's a system that does need practice. That's the thing. It needs to practice, otherwise it's not very effective. There we go. These need to be brought inside. These can be placed there. What do you mean I can't? Sure I can. I don't know what you mean. Contextually, I'm lost where I was in the argument and or the conversation. My brain's thinking about clay. So, if it's not clay related, it's already gone from my brain at the moment. I need some kind of lighting implement. That's okay. Alright. So long as you're happy. Or content. You know, you don't have to be happy, actually. I'll retract that part of that. So long as you're content. Contentment's easier to find than happiness. Happiness is tough. It is a difficult journey of looking and soul searching. It is not something that human just achieved, you know? Unless you're blissful. And if you're blissful, then kudos. But yeah, contentment. Being at peace with oneself. Wow, that was a lot of XP. I got 3 whole bullets. Oh, I got another 3. Heck yeah. Every time it says 0.74 up here, that means that 1 bullet gave me XP. So you see that time? Out of the 15 bullets that we put in, 2 gave me XP. We got 2 XP again. Try again. Oh, we got 4 that time. Yeah, only got 3 that time. So, there is a... Love that mod. Which one? Oh, you mean the RuneScape one? Yeah, the RuneScape one's useful. Because, I mean, it essentially just gives you the information that you would be able to find here without doing the math directly. So, like, I mean, you have, you know, which... It helps out shorten that math a little bit. Gives you shorthand, which is nice. That said, though, the after level 5 reloading XP is brutal. There is no skill in the game that is affected by XP in the same way aside from aiming, and at least in aiming, you're doing something that's interesting. Right? This isn't interesting. And like I said just a second ago, that was 2. 2 out of 15. If you do the math on that, it's ludicrous. The last reloadings, it was 2 out of 15, 3 out of 15, 4 out of 15, 2 out of 15 for XP given to me. Because every time you put a bullet in, it's a 67% chance to not receive XP at all. 2/3. As well as there's a huge reduction. Who cares about reloading levels? I do, because part of the challenge is a rat race. Part of the challenge is to create a perfect character, which means that in order to get a perfect character, I need to level reloading from 0 to 10. As well as aiming, as well as everything. I need to level it all. Of course, I don't have to worry about it right this second, but, like, I mean, you know, it is part of the race, you know, to level everything. So, I do kind of care. Also, the biggest reason why I care, as well, on top of that, is why is that debuff active for reloading in the first place? Is there a good reason for it? How come reloading is hit so hard for XP? Now, I'm not complaining about the total of XP, mind you, because so I don't want anyone to mix that up. Because I realize the rat race is on reduced XP, and that I made it even harder by combining slow learner and pacifist. I'm not complaining about my total XP received. So, you know, I'm complaining about the debuff that's placed on it. Because even if I was running an apocalypse save with with fast learner and no pacifist, it would still take a ridiculous amount of time to level reloading up. And what value does it give you? Its value is not very good, to be fair. I can put the bullets in slightly faster. Ever so slightly faster. Yeah, so I do care. But also because I'm gonna critique the game ever so slightly during the unstable. Like, I mean, it's one of the things that I'm trying to be better about is to be able to critique the game in a constructive way. I don't want to, like, I'm not bashing the game by any means because I absolutely love this game. This game is my like one of, if not my favorite game. But I do want to be able to critique it constructively, and that way we'll be able to make it better in the long run. Why can you see branches like a million miles away? That was like across the screen. Why can I see it? It's like far. I'm gonna go eat that fish flank that's on the beach. It should increase eye coordination things? You'd think, but it doesn't. Every skill has its own sort of separate category, and that increases stuff. You got fitness and strength, which do things in a broad spectrum, and then you have the weapon skills that are specific to the weapons. But how different is an axe being swung to a long blunt weapon? Well, I mean, they're slightly different. The weight values are obviously shifting in a certain way, but maybe the axe has more finesse involved. But that said, are they really that different? Like, really? Swing one, swing two, right? Of course, that's one thing that I don't want changed. I like that there are different weapons and stuff. Yeah. Hi, by the way, Molly. And Dolly. His names are similar. It's great. Molly and Dolly. I like that. That's funny to me. Snare traps are worthless to me right now, by the way. I think. Because I can't make crops happen. But yeah. Yeah, I agree, by the way, with what you say. That it's good to not be blind to the issues that the game has and be able to admit that it has flaws in certain ways and that with certain things they can improve. And the devs are listening right now, so not specifically to me, but to the community in general, is my point. Which means that although this is their time, essentially, to work on the game together as a whole, devs, modders, and community together in one. Barrier and derriere? Like, you mean butt? Is that what you're talking about? Barrier, derriere. I'm confused. Why are you talking about butts and why are you censoring yourself? Don't feel the need to censor yourself. That's silly. Do not do it. No censorship here. Unless I really don't like something. Like, there's a handful of words in the English language that I really don't like. And even those words have their place and contextually are okay in certain scenarios. There is a word that begins with a C that I'm sure that a lot of people know that I don't really like because it's very crass. However, contextually, it's fine in certain regard because there's a handful of folks that utilize that word in a more positive light, which means that under certain contexts said by certain people that that word is not the same. It's not got the same weight value. It's contextually different. You see? Context sensitive. Some things are sensitive to context. Although, if you were to hear me say that word, it would definitely turn a head. It'd be like, wait a second, you just said something. Like, it's not that I can't swear and I can't use certain words. I can. I can use any word that I want. Any word. There's no limitations. It's just whether I choose to use those words and when I choose to use those words, and then the weight values behind it, right? Context sensitive again, but in the other way. Yes, language is nuanced and also very special because it's our way to communicate, and it doesn't matter if you get a word right or wrong, so long as your point is conveyed. Grammatically, people can be pedantic if they want to, but if they understood what you meant to say, that's what matters in the end. It doesn't matter if you get things wrong, words wrong, stuff like that. Like, I mean, sure, you can get corrected, especially if you're the kind of person that likes to learn. That stuff's important. But that said, the smartest person in the room can make sure that everybody will understand first, and then, like, they can be, that's important. Because everybody needs to understand. And I'm by no means the smartest person in this room. Let alone any. I'm fairly intelligent, and I'm aware of my intelligent values. But at the same time, it's not always about IQ or EQ or any of that stuff. It's about being good to one another. And yeah. Let people make mistakes. It's okay. No poison berries. Not now. I hunger for berries, though, please. It's winter. Berries and fruit are some of the best foods you can get in winter. For losing calories. I was gonna eat that fish fillet. I could just eat the fish fillet. Hooray! I don't have to think about food for today. I forgot. Go back for the fish fillet. Then I can go looking for rocks. which is sad that even 4 months in right now, or oh, sorry, 5 months in, that I don't actually have a solid rock collection. Yeah, distractions. That's the thing about of words, though. Words are just so magical. There's a handful of things that very easily can distract me. Words on tangent can. Music and nostalgia are easy ways to distract me. It's just how it works. If you can pluck on the nostalgic strings, or I have interest in a certain thing that's like a fancy new word that I've never seen before, or other things, it's how that goes. What, Chelsea? What do you mean? Why? Hmm. Grumpy. Grumpy face. Ah. The what's it called? I was looking more into stuff yesterday as well as and decided to create a backup plan for my backup plan in case because I was looking over my paperwork, and although my paperwork is pristine, like I do some real nice paperwork, um the just in case I want to have another backup plan. So I was looking into the universities in Sweden, so that I can possibly um look into expanding my education so that I've got extra stuff so that I'm more desirable for Sweden. So it's very interesting stuff. They've got some great programs over there and I didn't realize that they had. So I'm that's my secondary backup plan to my backup plan. So I've got like two backup plans in setup just in case. Because it's good to have a backup plan, but it's also good to have a backup plan for your backup plan in case for your backup plan doesn't work out. I like having lots of plans available to choose from. I don't like being penned into a corner and not really being able to do more than one thing. Ahem. I don't like being penned into a corner and doing only one thing. I won't forget the fish this time. And then I can hear in the background, "Oh, but what do you mean? You can get it through masonry." No, you can't. If you can get it through masonry, you've already got the ability to do what exactly you're looking to do. So it's not true. It's frustrating. I'm still a little bit salty about that, which is understandable salt that I built up. I spent like the good part of 7 hours training masonry and it didn't yield anything of value to me at the end. So I was like, ah. I can't even make the walls because in order to make the walls, I need to be able to catch rabbits, right? I can't catch rabbits because it's winter time, and during winter you can't actually harvest crops. There's no crops to harvest, which means I can't do because so I can't go. I'd have to go to Irvington. I'd have to go across the map to the Irvington farming areas or the farming areas that are beside Echo Creek or Ekron. Those northern farms in order to collect some stuff. I suppose there is some farms in Muldraw, but then I would have to risk going into Time 16 Muldraw, um, all just to get some crops that are probably dead, but like there is a chance that some of the crops will have survived because that's just kind of how it goes, regardless of time span. For some reason, some of the crops just are immortal. I don't know why. They just are. Perhaps it's they just don't have time to die before you get there. I'm not sure. But anyways, so you can get some crops that way. But that said, the other alternative to getting crops is to grow them yourself or to forage them. Growing them yourself requires time span, so I don't have time span available. And foraging them requires it to be spring, well, spring, summer, or fall, so not winter. The town part's different. Wait, you mean like the... You're talking about the south part of Moldra, aren't you? I'm pretty sure. You're talking about South Moldra, where the Rusty Rifle and all that is? Like, kind of? Yes, it's all different, but can I remind you, times 16? And pinpoint hearing? I'm not, like, I'd like to go to Moldra. I really would. But my approach will be stopped by approximately, what is it? Between 50 and 80,000 zombies? That don't want me to be there? And actually, they would prefer me to join them in their conquest of the world. I guess it wouldn't be 40,000. It'd probably be closer to 10,000 over there on that side. But still, it's 10,000. I can't deal with 10,000 zombies. I can barely deal with 5 right now with my current character. Because we don't have weapon skill. And why do we not have weapon skill? Because I don't have weapons. I'd have to make more weapons. And unfortunately, the route that I've taken, I've got the ability to do 4 axes right now. So, and then I've also got the ability to do a handful of the short bats and the long bunt weapons eventually. But I just don't have the weapon skill at the moment. And the muscle strain's too great. We're almost level 6 though on strength, but being level 1 or level 5 on strength helps out immensely. So I can fight the 5 to 10 zombies that show up when I wander over the crossroads at a time. But that said, it is huge problem for me at the moment. It might be 40k. It depends. You got to remember that there's shifting as well as, for example, so there might be less here, but there might be more here because, right? So I don't know if this got pulled up, and I don't think it did, but if it did, then this area here has probably about what? Between 10 and 20,000, something like that, on ballpark. So assuming that this gets pulled upwards towards Moldra in the direction where I am, right? Um, which is this is the area you were talking about. This lovely area has been fully redesigned and is like fantastic area. I love it. It's cool. There's a little pond in one of the yards. There's tons of generators around. It's really cool. It's a cool area, but it's not feasible. That said, though, like I mean, not yet. Anyways, eventually it will be. Yeah, exactly. So you've driven past that. Now remember, I can't drive right now because if I drive, that's a mistake. Unless I drive slowly and I drive only forward, never in reverse. If I drive in reverse, everything gets to come and visit me all at once. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, I'd rather not deal with it. Fun fact is, though, you actually don't need the whistle on these settings. The whistle and the shout do about the same. The reason, well, so the whistle is a times two on the shout, so it pulls a little bit further, but um, your shout in this particular mode is basically the entire loaded area. Pretty much. Not quite, but like more than enough. So you can get that extra little bit on the edges with the whistle, but it's not, you're still, you're pulling enough is essentially the case. Get a little bit more. But I'm looking forward to having the whistle because the whistle's the insurance of that extra little bit. So that's true. There's quite a lot of things you can grow in Kentucky, um, that would, in reality, survive nature. However, there's three things that are good to note as well. The three things that are good to note specifically about Project Zomboid are: the first thing is it's a video game, so it's not going to reflect reality perfectly well. So that's the first thing, and we should always bear that in mind. The second part would be that this is not like our Kentucky. This is alternate reality Kentucky. So in alternate reality Kentucky, there are some key differences in this universe that completely shift it from our universe, like I said, completely. Which means that in and then so as a result of that second point, point three comes into play. We don't know what the Nox virus did to the soil. We don't know what the Nox virus did to everything. It could have completely changed everything. So, you know, we got to bear that in mind. Going back to point two, though, in this universe, zombies never existed. That's one of the key differences in the Nox universe is that zombies never existed. They had Z people, which were you can find as a comic book, but they didn't have zombies. And actually, that's why the canonical term for the enemy in the game is actually not zombie, it's zomboid. So if you're interested in the zomboid lore at all, that's why they're called zomboids, is because they never had zombies. And actually, in a world where they never had zombies or never had the possible threat of zombies, that kind of makes sense why this did take the turn that it did. Not to mention, though, that if we were to have something similar happen into our world, it would either be a non-issue or we would all be doomed. But looking at COVID, yeah, we'd all be doomed. Because, yeah, that spread like immediately. Imagine if that was the same, right? You need to get into some of the deeper lore. There is quite a lot of interesting lore. If you look for the papers, there's newspapers that are scattered around, as well as radio broadcasts during the first week, as well as TV broadcasts on the other channels. If you were to like watch the news and stuff, that you can find. There's hidden radio channels that are kind of neat. If you're flipping through, you can find a handful of them. If you listen to those during the first few days, and or I don't know if they've hidden anything else in those radio channels that happen later on. It'd be kind of cool if they did. But there's a lot of deep lore that goes into Zomboid. And then answers to certain questions as well over time. Outside of the reality sort of answers to the questions that are obvious, like why are there no child zombies in the game? Well, that's because one, Steam, like if you were to try to release something like that, it would kind of changed your game like a little bit. There's some games that can do it, but and like, I guess RimWorld would be an example. I think you can you have children like applied to the Anomaly DLC? I think that exists, but I don't know. Once again, but my point being that that opens up the door to a bunch of scary and weird things. In Zomboid, the Nox virus infects at the age of 27, so a fully developed adult human brain is required. Um, Otherwise, it just kills you. So that's why there's no kids in Zomboid. Is that they just it it requires a fully like fully baked adult. And then it's non-transmissible to animals. So there will never be zombie dogs or zombie cats or zombie cows. Although there have been bugs in the past that have caused some like Nightmare Before Christmas stuff, but it's not intended. They've already come on the record and said that they don't want to do zombie animals, nor do they want to do special infected. They want to keep it simple, which is good. They want to keep it to the Romero style best they can. Although they did implement sprinters at one point in time, which is, opens the door for a new style of play, which is cool. But yeah, the deep lore of this game is awesome and cool. And if you see some of the newspapers around, do I have? I have one newspaper, I think. Somewhere. It might be still on the road. But it is really cool to see the differing things. Yeah, it's one of those things that are a little bit awkward, right? You would know uh, plants better than I would, though, Barry. Just to put it plain, you'd be much more understanding about all of that stuff than I would. It's just specifically in Zomboid, this is like there are some weird things, right? Because like the growth times are definitely they're not quite right. Okay. Do I want to? Yeah. It doesn't mean that modders won't add that stuff in. Modders can. Modders are very skilled and would be able to fill the gaps on that. But, the devs said that it wouldn't be part of the vanilla game. So, um, the berries are gonna go bad. That's why I want to eat them. Okay. It's gonna take a little bit of time to get over there, but it'll be worth it. We'll kill a few zombies for a little while. For today. And I'll hope to find matches or a disposable lighter. But yeah, if you still have this debug thing that shows you what the items are called, any of the newspapers that say like recent on them, or if you would prefer the any newspaper that's like June 29th or up to July 16th. Because July 16th, if I remember correctly, was the last publication of newspapers before everybody perished. It would be cool though to see somebody has used the printing press afterwards to publish an apocalypse newspaper of some kind. Like maybe it would still use the same printing press paper stuff that they had, but it would be neat if there's like one that's like a year later or something. It's like Wasteland Survival Guide or something. Almost like from Fallout, but for Zomboid. That's some good tea. I hope Emma's doing okay today. Go poke the crossroads again, looking for lighters. Logically, if I can push all the way to the gas station, we might be able to get a lighter from that, which would be extremely helpful. Okay, what if I turn you into this? There's branches back there. I should grab a handful of the short bats just in case. Like just two. Don't need many of them. There's short bats here. Okay, let's go. We'll see if we can't snag a... let's just empty you. A couple of the leather jackets so that I can tie a couple more axes together. Because this bone hatchet's not going to last very long. Which is the unfortunate part about the bone hatchet. It's fairly good weapon-ish, but its durability's pretty bad. Not a huge surprise, though. Oh. Bad is it? Oh yeah, I can't. Well, let's kill these 5, and then we'll think about the rest. Oh, good God. Huh. It was just a rabbit, but it didn't matter. My brain, like, threat incoming, panic, not the best option. No. Curse you, rabbit! You made me jump. This is the scariest bunny I've ever seen. I don't like that sound. I really don't. It's bad. It's bad for my ears. It's terrible. I would turn it down if I knew which sound it was. It should be like half that volume. And that's being generous. But that's for me specifically. Once again, would assume that it done that. A holy hand grenade for the rabbit. 1, 2, 5. I mean 3. Whoever holds this hand grenade shall be able to bloweth thy enemy up to small bits in thy name. That one has nice shoes. I bet you they have holes in them. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm making progress. I want that zombie that's got the nice shoes to come here, though. I want to see if those shoes have holes in them. Oh, we're tired. Okay, so let's kill these two, and then we'll back off, because tired. Let's leave. We're not trained in short blunts, that's why these are not the best weapons, but once again, any weapon is better than no weapon. So, you know, you use what you can. You don't, Hey, look, bunny. We don't, If Lamprey Crypt the challenge is the stream and the bounty's still on, I mean, so the thing is when Lamprey did um like revoke his admin kind of and back down and kind of thing, what happened was is the community stepped in and took over the challenge. The prize for the challenge is still up in the air a little bit, but we've agreed that with as a community we're going to decide the prize later on when somebody gets closer to the goal. We've been discussing the that it's going to be a similar prize, but we've also been discussing that we may include some other stuff as well. Like we were looking into 3D printed models for like little trophy and stuff like that. As well as, we don't want to commit anyone fiscally to anything yet, because we don't know what's going to happen between now and when somebody does successfully achieve this challenge completion. So it'll be kind of cool to see, right? For now, though, we picked up the mantle. Lamprey is, if anybody is curious what's happened kind of with Lamprey, he's taking a step back to address his real life. His real life is very important, as anybody can assume, right? He needs to focus on that. So that's part of why he stepped down in the first place. Outside of the other issues that were coming forward, like a lot of people were messaging him and causing a lot of issues, and you know, it became a little bit too cumbersome, which is understandable. Yep, he's trying his best. But it's one of those things where I don't have all the information on everything. And also we got to remember that he was going through a lot of stress on top of all of that. Like his computer blue screened. He's trying to do his real life stuff. He needs to focus on that. He'll come back to streaming at some point maybe, but it's one of those things where we'll see. He also was a bit burnt on the challenge a little bit, so which is understandable given the fact that he's put in over 10,000 plus hours or 12,000 hours into Zomboid. That anybody could need a little bit of a break after that. So, once again, Lamprey is absolutely fantastic. And we can very much appreciate him for being the origin of the Rat Race Challenge. But yeah, the community's taking it over. I'm on the board that is part of the administration for the Rat Race. So it's not just me. There's lots of other people, just so that we're clear. But yes, so we've taken it over. Lamprey's no longer involved. It's our challenge now. But we can still appreciate and respect him for creating the Rat Race, and he's given so much to the Zomboid community over the years. We can't can't undersell that. He is an awesome, fantastic individual. And those are my thoughts. So, you know. But yeah. I hope he has good luck in whatever he does. Because he deserves it. But yeah, if you want to know, that's the leaderboard. Here's the new Rat Race Discord if you're interested. And you can be a watcher, you can be a viewer, or like a participant. The rules are still pretty much the same, although we do have different rulings on certain things. There's like a section for exploits and bugs, as well as, there's a couple of like mods that have come forward now that are new, that have either been approved or denied based on the criteria that's set forward. The spirit of the challenge is still the same. So it's still the same challenge, and it's still the same settings. The settings haven't changed yet. The settings may change in the future if we do a Rat Race 2.0. If all of our saves get bricked at the same time. So currently, there's a handful of participants in the rat race that are actually suffering from bugs that involve animals and grass and a lot of issues. Hopefully, those folks can get their bugs resolved and can continue racing. But if not, like, I mean, it does suck, but we are in the unstable build right now. So we have to be ready for bugs that may break our games. And if that's the case, even if you have like a really high kill count or anything, it does suck, but it's one of those things where it's not that big a deal. We can start over, which, like I said, if you got a really high kill count, that sucks, because that could be hundreds of hours worth of progress that's been reset. But it is what it is. Once, like I said, if all of our saves get bricked at the same time, we'll have a big relook at the settings and maybe adjust them to be a little bit more forgiving and or a little bit harder depending on what people prefer. I know that there's been some interest in adding meta events and helicopters to the rat race, for the cost of lowering down some of the car volume. There has also been what's it called, mention of wanting, like, a little bit more on in terms of the agriculture and the animals. I mean, it's one of those things where we'll discuss that later. For now, the settings and the spirit of the challenge are remaining the same. But that doesn't mean that we're like, never ever are we gonna change anything. We might. Like, it might evolve in the future to a 2.0. But oh, I need branches in order to do that. Okay. I don't actually know if I'm actually warming up. My core temperature's low. Body heat generation's normal, though. No.
時間です。
Oh, look, it's
利息が
Raven.
つきます。
Hi, Raven. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Hello. Yes. It's a Raider version of you. Yes, indeed. Hi, Bonds. Did you sleep already? I think you must have. Probably. I'm gonna have to run back, I think. Yeah, because you're sleepy, Bonds. Okay, you didn't sleep. Nope, Bonds didn't sleep. Yeah, probably. Speaking of sleeping, I had a nice 3 hour sleep prior to. Because I was gonna stream earlier, but I was like, I haven't slept in a long time. So I was like, okay, it's time to have my sleep now. And so I had that. But yes, I'll do my little intro-y and then we'll continue. Yeah. Sleepy Bonds is sleepy. Okay, good night, Bonds. And thank you for the raid. I know if you need to get some wellness as well, because you should probably... I don't know if you're going to go to sleep right away, but yeah, I figured. Yes, yes indeed. Good night. Have a good sleep. I appreciate the raid. I can... Oh, chickpeas. Sounds nice. Adult chores first? Yeah. Yeah, okay, fair. So, like, putting away plates and setting up everything so that you can get your laundry done right away in the morning when you wake up, kind of deal. That sounds delicious, yeah. I will eat later. I ate before, like, when... So, I ate, was hanging out with folks, and also looking over different things that are important to me here in the near future for my backup plans. So, like, I set up what is essentially 2 more backup plans for Sweden stuff. So that's good. Um, and then I was enjoying company of folks for a while I looked more at Mountain Blade, because that game is awesome and I really have been enjoying the way that the game works. Um, that said, that's when I decided that it was time for a nap. No, stop dying. Is it warmer in here than it is out there? Yeah, by a lot, but not enough. How much fuel is on this? 2 hours worth. It's not enough. That'll add 1 hour. That'll add 2 hours each. Costing me the planks, though, which is sucky, but it is what it is. And if we put this here, and I can do 1 batch of working out. If we do burpees specifically, it's one of the best that you can do for heat generation. And there we go. No longer cold. Okay, now run inside and sleep before cold sets in again. Yeah, now that sleeping or being tired is no longer a thing, we should be okay. Jeez, there goes our whole day. Winter. So while we're here, we should refill our water because we've only got 1 bottle left. But yeah. Let's keep looking around. Boulder. Let's go. Yes. I'm gonna check the southern side on the far right side, and then I'm gonna make well, we'll see what happens, how many branches we can get, but I would like to be able to. Ooh, I wonder if I put a candle in the fire, if it will light by heating up. Maybe. I'll have to see. I don't think it'll work, but might. Maybe. You, drop you. Grab one of you. It says light source. It's starting to build up a fair amount of clay. Let's try it. I'll give up a little bit of battery life so that I can finish this book. No, don't take it apart. What are you doing? Crazy? I don't think it's gonna work, so I'll wait until later. Ah, I don't know why I'm doing that when I could just do this instead. This. Two of those. I'm actually gonna go to the main path and just start taking down bushes, because there's like a ton of bushes over there that I keep getting stuck on, kind of, or well, like not stuck on, but like they're they keep catching me while I'm running, so this will be a fair amount of twigs, but specifically it'll also be a fair amount of branches. Twigs are important though. Because although it doesn't seem like it, the twigs do add up. Like, to fair amounts of fire fuel over time. But something that I noticed as well is that you get bundling the sticks is nice for compression's sake, so that you have less like more space for the sticks and stuff. But that said, when you're burning them, you want to separate them. because you get an extra 16 minutes. You know, it's like silly min-max level stuff, but still, it's kind of interesting. Try this, but I don't think it's gonna work. Hello. I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? It is heating it up. Light? Nope, not lighting. But it is heating it up, which is interesting. I didn't know if it would actually do that. There is no light candle on fire option. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. Well, we tried. I tried everything I can think of to light the candle, aside from, you know, having a barbecue lighter, matches, and all those kinds of things, because if we had a barbecue lighter, matches, and those sorts of things, I wouldn't need to light the candle. My home is so cozy. Oh, it's nice here. I like it. Yeah, it doesn't work. I don't know. It's one of the complaints I think I seen in Rhett's flowchart thing, which is fair. Like, I mean, there's a lot of the, like, his flowchart's great, but is that there's no way to light anything without like lootables. See? Because Matchbox Matchbook Magnesium fire starter. These are lootables, right? And you find some of these in zombies, like matchbook and lighter and disposable lighter. You can find all those in zombies. Lit candle could, in theory, be used if you could light the candle on the campfire. But I mean, and then you could acquire a candle via, if they gave us a recipe with animal fat or lard, I believe that lard should be a part of the butchering system. So that when you butcher a rabbit or you butcher any animal, you should be able to get a little bit of animal fat or lard, or be able to create lard from animal fat, or have animal fat be something that you could make candles out of via twine. And so like you would need a little bit of twine, and then there you go, you can craft candles. And if you could craft candles and light them on a campfire, then there's no need for the matches and stuff, which is good. Specifically on those, right? It gives you a crafting method. Now, if you loot a matches or a lighter, you can use that instead, which is great. But yeah, it's one of those things where, yeah, you either died or abandoned it. See, I've done a lot of the crafting. Like, I know quite a lot about the crafting, but I also know that there's a lot of roadblocks, gates, and irritating parts of the crafting as a result, which is unfortunate. Like I said before, there is a problem in PZ's crafting currently where the flow doesn't work right. The flow is not there. It Things are gated, which seem randomly gated to me, and they don't really make sense with where the gates are set up. And then some things are just in the wrong section, but it's to be expected. This is the unstable build, right? So it's going to be like that. They're still getting their flow down. It's not ready yet. But yeah. Have a good one on your remote play. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Eventually we'll be at a stage where we have flow. It's not yet, though. Because one of the things that they showed in their showcase for Build 42 was somebody in the middle of nowhere being able to craft everything. Currently, you can't do that. It's not possible outside of really, really getting lucky with foraging. And it doesn't, like, you would need to forage things that are so unlikely. You would need to forage up a metalworking punch currently. You would need to forage up buckets, a club hammer, just so many things. It's not optimal, right? Because some things just can't be done without certain particular items. Like I said, there's gating. And then also the leveling methods that you achieve for certain things are a little bit well, they're low yield, and the gates are a little too high in my opinion. Like, this is the only pickaxe that you can craft that it's not entirely true. You can craft the other ones in N tier, like blacksmithing, so metalworking. But so like if you have the advanced forge and all the metal, you can make yourself a pickaxe, I think. But I mean, this is the earliest you can make your own is level 5 napping, which is a long time, right? That requires you to get thousands of napping XP. Right? Because you got to get and if you start with no napping, it would take a really, really long time. Because the most you can yield from napping is via chipstones. And limestone. That's it. Those are the only options. I mean, once you get to the stage where you can break rocks. Oh, hey, Chili. Thank you very much for the raid. Hopefully you're having a good stream. Are you still grinding away at Riverside, or what were you up to? You doing the raid stuff? That is fair. Because I seen you hop into Schedule 1 recently. How did you like that game, by the way? You're 7K into the mansions. That's fair. Do my little intro. Seven K into the mansion. So you've got about another 10,000 or so to go to be comfortable in that area. Maybe a little less, depending on how they distribute it. No workers? Oh, nice. I've got the bungalow with a couple of workers in the bungalow. So I was working when I started, like, our setup for Schedule 1 right now is I'm doing mixes, but I need to get more into the other stuff eventually. But I haven't picked it up again for a little while. I've been distracted by other survival games, like watching Emma play the Long Dark, and I played the Long Dark a little bit by myself, and then also um I've been looking into real-time strategy games and Mountain Blade, which is not a real-time strategy actually. Mountain Blade is more of a it's a third-person battle game like Chivalry, mixed in with some tactical combat scenarios that you can choose. Is moose hunting simulator? Nah, Long Dark is get attacked by wolves simulator. I've never been attacked by wolves more than in that game. Wolves are not like that in reality. They don't really like people. But you know, it says that on the tin when you're loading the game. It's like this game is not real. Remember, survival strategies in this game are not going to work in reality. You've seen Mountain Blade and Bannerlord? I play a little bit of Warband, like quite a bit of Warband, like, and then also Bannerlord's fantastic. Um, I've been working with it, like playing on a playthrough in Bannerlord that's iron, that's like it's an Iron Man playthrough, so it's super fun. Um, but my favorite strategy in Bannerlord is doing smithing and trading until I'm really rich. Then I buy all the best armor, give my people the best armor, and then I run off into start like doing the battles. So I don't actually start playing the game until like a few hundred days in. Yeah, pretty much. But when I get there, I'm like loaded. Like I had what was it? I had so in the playthrough currently, I've got over 200K. Just and I just started like I'm less than 40 days in or 50 days in, something like that. I can't remember. I'd have to load it up because I make things. I buy resources and then I break the resources down and then I make more things and sell it back to them. So economy. It's great. I buy all of the things and then I sell it back to them. And then I hire people to help me with the crafting. And then after which then I can just run around the map just auto winning battles essentially. I show up to the battle and watch my troops just wipe their troops. Because I don't pick fights in that game that I don't win. Usually I try to, like, really, really tip the scale. It is fun playing fights in that game, though. Like, just doing the battle mode. Because that's what the multiplayer is. So, Mountain Blade has multiplayer, um, where you do the battles. That's all. It's like Chivalry. If you've ever played Chivalry, and if you haven't played Chivalry, it's a third-person game where you fight with like swords, axes, shields. It's medieval, like medieval style. But yeah, I've been playing a little bit of that, a little bit of The Long Dark, and watching Emma play The Long Dark story. We're on chapter 4 right now, and I'm loving it. Chapter 4 is great. It's just the way that they open that chapter up is awesome. Like they did great. They did a good job. Yeah, hopefully you get some self-care there, Chili. Some rest. Pet the puppies. It would be fun to do a Mountain Blade playthrough on the stream. But I've got things that I've got to do first, so like I want to play Rat Race as well as like I mentioned, my next variety day I'm doing RimWorld for you guys. So, and I'm gonna let it so like let people name the characters and stuff if they want to. It'll be interesting. We're gonna be doing a cannibal playthrough because that's what I'm supposed to do. It is tempting to name one of the characters in our squad Hannibal, just cause. Silence of the Lambs was great. Great movie. I don't have food on me, do I? Mm. Nothing else going on for 2 in-game hours. So. Stay away from grass and fresh air. It's toxic. Maybe. Everybody that's seen and touched grass and breathed air has perished. Perhaps we should be cautious. Extra axe. I'm just gonna put over here for now. rid of all these extra little wooden bits that are here just because they're annoying. No worries, you're good. I don't mind when folks lurk. I actually think that that's good. You're fine. Don't fret. Please.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. I do anonymous follows so folks can just enjoy their lurk. So I might add that to, like, I seen that Snoot did that, like, on the alert. I might do that too, just because then that way people know, so I don't have to say it every time. It's clever. But I like people to be able to just enjoy themselves. Kind of like a frog chilling on a leaf. You don't need to interact with me if you don't want to. But you know, there are means there if you're interested. And I do like talking to folks. But I also like kind of just playing too. Like, there's no, one way or the other. Whatever people are feeling up to. But yeah, Chili went to get, I think he's going either to sleep or to work or to food. Food is usually my first go-to after a stream. Because usually I'm hungry. And then I will eat, work, and or spend time with Emma, and or sleep. You know, I fill those things out after work. Or I mean, after stream. So like whatever is necessary. Sometimes I time it so that I have a snack during the stream though, so that I can go straight to work stuff. Sometimes not. It just depends. Millennial playing Fallout for another but oh cool, nifty. I don't know why it would matter if they're a millennial or like, Gen Alpha or Z or whatever. Those games are fantastic games. The story is just so well written, and the side content is immense. I don't think generation matters for enjoying things. Although Emma did send me a clip that was very confusing to me. Where it was like Skyrim, but they were talking weird. I didn't fully understand what was going on. The only reason I knew what was going on is because I played Skyrim before. But their language was strange. At one point they said F in chat, which was kind of like, oh. that's like streaming. It's amazing how graphics matter less and less. I mean, it depends. Like a game can have bad graphics and great story, and that story will carry it. It doesn't need to have absolutely like the best of graphics. Although sometimes, like I mean, it helps. It definitely like makes things interesting, but it also can cause things to be janky. Skyrim's got good sort of lore and has got good story and is a fairly good game. But there are times during the cutscenes and stuff where you watch the models just kind of fly around and get janky, right? Which can kind of ruin some of the mood, and or can be really funny and like it depends on how you're feeling at that time, right? Especially like it depends on what story quests you're on and stuff like that. Meanwhile, those other games are more simplistic, and because of that, there's less jank. So they're really relying on their story. It's kind of like Dwarf Fortress in a way. Dwarf Fortress is a really cool game. It's a bit on the heavy on the relying on other stuff, so like not carrying itself with the graphical quality, right? Similar to a few other titles. Morrowind would be another one that's kind of like that, right? Or not, maybe not Morrowind. I was thinking, what's the other one called? Is it Daggerfall? One of the other Oblivion games, or not Oblivion. Oblivion's coming out soon. That's why I'm saying Oblivion. It's the remaster of Oblivion will be released, which will be kind of nice. I have no info on it, by the way, or when it's going to be released. I just know that it's coming. But yeah, it's one of those things that's kind of neat. Same for Fallout, right? It's neat. I said I would go down on the south side of the house, so I'm going to do that. It's actually the west side of the house, but it is still kind of south-ish, southwest. Okay, let's eat you. Or no, I don't need to eat you yet. Save you until a little bit later. But yeah, there's definitely something to be said about old games. And it's good to appreciate them. That's why eventually we're gonna do a Sims 1 playthrough. I don't expect we're gonna do two. Like, it's not gonna be like more than maybe 2 streams, maybe. But it'll be fun to see to play The Sims 1 and just kind of go back in the nostalgia for a little bit. And then we'll probably do a couple other ones eventually. I could see them being fun to do, like Sims 2, Sims 3, and just kind of like see. Because I know they improved them over time gradually, especially from the graphical quality standpoint. That said, though, there has been quite a lot of stuff that EA's dropped the ball on. Even still, though, they're like, I mean, yeah. Hopefully that new Inzoi title does a little bit, like, it does fairly good in itself and fixes quite a lot of the stuff that I seen that was kind of so that The Sims will get another look and maybe they'll improve it. Because if there's competition between two companies, then that usually will drive the companies to move forward with their stuff in a more positive way. That said, though, I don't believe Inzoi's in a state yet where it's not ready yet. It's not like it still needs time. 1.5. I don't know. Maybe. I'm bad with game titles sometimes. It has to be very memorable for it to stick in my brain. Sometimes I'm good with it though. It just depends. And also, if it's not a primary focus of mine, it loses my interest very quickly. Um, ADHD go burr. one of the benefits is when I'm actually focused on something, I can bring, like, I can hone it to be really, really focused. But when I'm not focused on something, it gets fuzzy and goes by the wayside, usually for quite some time. Hello. Yeah. It's not intentional. It's just the way that, you know, how I perceive the world and how I do stuff. It's useful sometimes, but it definitely can be bad sometimes too. What is this? Oh. That thing where you can play a game for hundreds of hours for months and months and never touch it again. Yeah, that's exactly it. Exactly. Because I like, for example, that was I was like that with Guild Wars too. I like that game very much, and I think it's awesome. And I would go on and play Guild Wars, and it's probably one of my favorite MMORPGs. It does very well. That said, I haven't picked it up since I don't know. It's probably been a year, or maybe a little bit less since I last played it. I like that game very much. It's just that um, not in my focus, right? And but when it is in my focus, like I'll put it like this. I did sky scale on a fresh account in under a week. So if it's in my focus, I can, and that was with like no income, fresh account. Like so it was like because it was kind of like challenge mode. That's kind of that and finishing Nevermore were two things that burnt me out of Guild Wars a little bit. Because Nevermore is one of the legendaries. I didn't realize it at the time, but like it's one of the ones that's pretty bad. It's not an easy one. It's one of the hard ones because you have to do the stuff with the ravens, and it was tough. And the I think the worst part about it was after I was done, I was like, do I even want to use staves? Not really, because I was like transitioning to using double daggers, and I was like, so I did all this, and I don't really want to use the weapon. I just like the weapon's aesthetic, and I like a lot of the like I like the footprints and the cast is like a raven, and it's really cool, right? I really like it, but it's like it's not a weapon that I could see myself using very much. So it was like, ah. And it took quite a while to get that weapon going and get it done. So that is ADHD in a nutshell. kind of. Like, at least part of it. I need... Hi, Miss Pris. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. It's your live. Is there a mod? Is the mod stack all allowed? What does it do? If you can give me a brief understanding of the mod without me having to alt tab and like, if you tell me what it does, because I can tell you yay or nay, probably. Maybe. I can't guarantee it consolidates all thread. Is that it? Technically, it should be a no, but I don't care, personally. The reason why it technically would be a no and is because if we look under the Rat Race mod section, so if you go into Rat Race mods and you scroll up, there is a mod it says mods designed to fix or change gameplay mechanics that are perceived to be as bugs. And then there's a little X. These are the original Rat Race rules, right? So that's what it says. So technically it would be a no. I don't care personally. It's not something that I like. It doesn't affect, like, in my opinion, the game, but technically it would be a no. I know there's a bug, but that's part of the Rat Race's original. So if we were following suit with that, yeah. It's a one-click thing that consolidates all the thread, but so according to the rules though, that's in the mod section, is that if it's a mod that's designed to fix or change a gameplay mechanic that is perceived to be a bug, which it is probably a bug, that because the consolidate all is supposed to work. But yeah, no, it would work for everything, I would assume. Yeah, it would probably fix that bug. The devs will get around to fixing it eventually, I'm sure. But yeah, that I think the reason why that specific rule was implemented in the original Rat Race was because there were some mods that existed, and I don't know if they still exist, but that fixed bugs, but also added things to the game as an extra. Like some of those ones, like, and I know I would assume the stack all one doesn't do that, but I think that's why it was faux pod in the original. Yeah, but anyways, it happens with lighters too. Yeah, it's one of those things that it's yeah, that's why that ruling would be technically a no, but so I have to say no, but I don't like I'm not personally in caring about any of that stuff. I wouldn't really use it myself, but I do know that some folks like those kinds of things and it's convenient and it's a quality of life thing. But yeah, so technically no would be what I would say. Because it falls under that category. If it's asked in Discord, then then I would bring that up as but just let that be known, because that's under the mod section. If it falls under that criteria, right? So those are it's in hashtag mods, and then that one is it's the second one from the bottom on the first post. Yeah. like I said, I don't personally care. Like, it doesn't bother me one way or the other. I couldn't care less. But it based on the criteria of that, that's why it would be considered a no if it was a no. Because and then from what I remember, yeah, no, I know. I believe you me. I find the thread thing annoying too. What he could do instead is get a bag and just throw all the thread in a bag at his feet, and don't even consolidate it. Don't waste your time consolidating. Throw the thread in a bag at your feet and just use the like use that, because it'll use the thread it needs in the recipes, and it doesn't. But yeah, have a good time at the market. See ya. But yeah, trust me, I understand. 100%. I get it. Because I would love the stuff to consolidate properly too. But so yeah, like I said, nothing personal. Like it's just that based on that, because I had to say no to a couple other ones as well. Which ones were they? Once again, I wanted to say it's not personal. I don't care one way or the other if people are, what was it? Replace bandages. Like, it really doesn't bother me one way or the other. Or even the mini display bars. I couldn't really care less about them. Like, yeah, in argument's sake, you could say, oh, but it gives them the advantage of knowing the exact number of micronutrients as well as the exact number of thirst and their exact stamina. And yeah, so I get that. But at the same time, that's not often what gets people killed in the game. So honestly, you can do that particular line of dialogue with any mod in the game. Any mod can receive that line of dialogue. The kill count mod is overpowered. It tells you your exact kills and survival time without having to open the professions menu. I've heard the argument that this mod right here is overpowered because you don't have to do the math on the stuff. Also, that the old school RuneScape is also overpowered because if you turn on sneaking, leveling, it kind of gives you a hint on how many zombies are around. You know, a bunch of other little things. You can kind of lean one way into those sorts of things and call anything overpowered if you try. And then people can devil's advocate it as well and say, well, it's not overpowered because of these reasons. Like, for example, for this one, you can find the information in the skills tab. It is available there. You just have to do the math, which is not particularly hard, but it is what it is. Once again, I don't do with any of these things with personal bias at all. I'm just trying to follow the rules to the best of my ability and keep the spirit of the challenge within its bounds. So any of the old rulings, I try to rule in favor of the old rulings, based on that. So, but if something brand new comes up, like absolutely brand new, then I'll I have to approach it with well, based on the spirit of the challenge, would this benefit, or like would it, like, because you want to keep it as much as we can, right, to the original rat race. But yeah, we'll see. Like I mentioned before, if all of our saves brick, hopefully in 2.0, like we'll take a look at the settings. We may adjust some things. I know some folks have complained about the temperature being too cold. I know some folks have complained about the agriculture being too harsh, not enough animals, too many animals, in some cases. Wanting meta events instead of having the vehicle engines be really loud. We'll see. Like, I mean, it's one of those things that for now we won't do anything, but in the future, maybe. Like I said, if all of our saves brick again. Anyways, enjoy your lurk. Sorry if you're, I'm yammering on. Gotta get ready for work. Okay, so I am in the process right now of Let's do fishing. Can you dry berries? I don't think you can. You should be able to. For like trail mix. Ah, cold. Cold day. One second. I gotta pull this window down slightly. There. Want a fish? I don't think I'm ever gonna see that again. Bone War Hatchet is his favorite weapon. I need to make another knife. Thankfully for now, though, we have a hunting knife that I can use. Go enjoy your lurk. There's just some good emotes. Where'd they come from? Well, I know the rural one's from rural. I can tell that one offhand. And I know one of them's from Chile. I don't know where the other ones are from, but I know a trick. If you click on your emote, like if you click on it, it tells you which channel they're from. So for example, the little penguin looking one is from Mudda underscore TV TM. The cat looking one is from Shivas. There's Coco Co for Coco Confession. The other one is Grimy. And Oh, this one's from Loop Hazard, not Chili. My bad. Sorry. Chili uses that one a lot though, so that's why I was like, is that Chili? No. Mr. Nice Gamer, and then Willow Rainey is that yeah. Plays Trackmania. Nice. But the reason is because people either gifted you a sub or you purchased a sub or something like that. Sometimes this the if you hang out in a channel, you'll get a sub gifted to you. Sometimes you'll if the algorithm thinks you will like a channel as well, you will be on the list for receiving a sub from that channel if somebody does like a mass gifting. It happens because I've received a handful of subs that way as well. Is like the exactly. So you can figure it out. You'll know. You'd be able to know. And if you don't know that person, maybe you can get to know that person depending. Especially if you like the emote. Okay, it's not a good day to be outside, so I am just gonna focus all of this in-game day on tailoring. Yeah, I don't know everybody there in that list, but they seem interesting. I think their emotes are cool. And for the folks that I do know, you know, those folks are amazing. For sure. I know. Because I like those people. Like Loop and Rural. Rural's fantastic. They'll get there eventually. YouTube doesn't care so much about it at the moment. If YouTube did care though, they would be able to produce like due to the fact that they're a video platform that is specifically like has a lot more it's in advertised in huge font over my gameplay. What do you mean? I know what Twitch Turbo is. Twitch Turbo is an amazing like it's essentially like YouTube's premium. It's but Twitch Turbo lets you have no ads for most of the platform, as well as a couple other bonus features, like you can customize the color of your name, I think, or something. I don't use that myself. There's a lot of features that the one big thing though is the no ads. It's not completely no ads, but it is. Did I put it over my stream? No, I didn't. It's being advertised to you because I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't control the ads that are on the stream. The only thing that I can do is run ads every hour or so. Like I could run them a little bit more if I wanted to, but I don't want to. I run the minimum. Yeah, you're not the only one that'll see it, but there'll be a few other people that see it. But for example, if I were to show you what my stream looks like for me, I won't see it because because well, first off, I can't really, but I have Turbo, so it won't advertise Turbo for me because I already have it. If you find that you're watching a lot of Twitch Turbo is worth it. However, if you're not watching a lot of Twitch, then it's not worth it. You know, in my opinion, for those that want to know like ads, like you can choose to um find a working ad blocker. Alternatively, you can get Twitch Turbo, which is like if you watch a lot of Twitch. Um, or you can subscribe to the channel. That's another way to do it. Not every channel works that way though, just so we're clear. My channel does, but the streamer gets to decide if the subs have to watch ads or not. And some streamers, want the increase in revenue, so they'll turn it on for the subs. It's like, I mean, it's fine. They do what they got to, right? To pay their bills and such. And then the final one is to wait patiently for for them to be over. Well, think about it like this: if you're like high percentage, like I could imagine that they'll turn it on for their subs sometimes, or at least, maybe. I don't know. It's one of those things that I'm unsure. I don't know how or when that would be a good idea, kind of deal. I just know that I don't like ads, so I put it on the minimum. So the minimum is 3 minutes of ads every hour. So, and that's not that bad if you really think about it. Back when I used to watch TV, at least the Canadian programming that was in my area, for every 30 minutes, you had 10 minutes of ads. So, of commercials that that would air in usually it was 2 5-minute intervals during your show. They would slot in like a scene where, oh no, they're falling, and then commercials happen, right? Anyways, so if you consider that compared to now, an hour would be worth 20 minutes of ads. So, you guys don't have to deal with the 17 extra minutes of ads that I had to deal with back when. So, I mean, in the old times, when I used to walk to the store uphill both ways in a snowstorm, no, just we didn't have it that bad back then. I'm just being silly, but but yeah, the advertising stuff, yeah, that is true. That it was roughly 10 minutes of ads per 30 minutes of programming, and so nowadays, deal with the 3 minutes, or pay to get rid of it. It's your guys' call. You figure it out. And those that don't and complain about it they don't have the right to complain about it, in my opinion. It's not something that they should be allowed to complain about. You had to stand up to change the channel? Yeah, stand up. Or like when the commercials came on, it actually was good because you had to go to the bathroom or you had to run and get your snacks and stuff. I remember that. Being like, oh, it's commercial, quick, let's go grab the snacks. And commercials are pretty good sometimes. But yeah, I think that the folks that complain about ads are impatient and lazy. No offense meant, but that is my opinion. Is that the folks that complain about the ads, yeah, the ads do suck, but you're not doing anything about it. You're just complaining about it. Do something about it. Either dislike the ad, or alternatively, deal with it in one of those ways. Get the premium services that are offered to get rid of them, or go find an ad blocker that works. Because there are a handful of those that are out there. Although the ad block defense team is very diligent, and it won't work probably forever. So, but some will. Anyways, this conversation of topic comes up every once in a while, but I don't. Most of the time it's because folks are lazy and they're complainy. But alternatively, sometimes it comes up because folks are letting me know they are in ads, which I'm appreciative of when you guys do that. Because sometimes I don't notice that the ad timer went on, and I'll be talking to someone and answering a question, and I don't know that the ads are active. So, if you are in ads and you ask me a question, say that you're in ads, and I will be like, oh, okay, and I'll wait. I will wait for the ads to be over, and I will answer your question. So, and if I miss a question that you've asked, ask again. I'm human, and I'm not going to be able to read every single prompt that is given to me. Sometimes it's difficult, especially when in moments of strife, especially in Zomboid, those moments come sometimes where you're forced into a situation where you got to make some decisions. But yeah, Ads about stopping ads. Yeah, but that's standard on the platform. It's important for Twitch to be able to let folks know about those kinds of things, and I don't control those. I don't control any of the sidebar ads or anything. The only ads I would be able to control are the ones that are literally on the screen for my stream, like these ones. Like if I were to put an advertisement somewhere on the screen, specifically from my settings, but my settings don't have anything like that right now. I've got no sponsorships at this time, although I will look into sponsorships in some point in the future, because like I said before, we're gonna try to stream as a profession. So if we're going to do that as a profession, occasionally I'm going to need to review games. I'm going to need to, stream stuff for like sponsored content, stuff like that, which is understandable, right? Cuz it's got to be able to help pay the bills eventually. But for right now, I don't have to worry about that. That's going to be when I move in with Emma. That's when a lot of the focus can shift from my current stuff over to that. And no, I've not done any streamer bounties. I've seen them though. I have access to all that stuff because, well, partner. I didn't expect Twitch to say yes so quickly, and it threw me for a loop, which is why that we got the merch store active, and we started working on that. We started working on a lot of other stuff. Eventually, I want to try to see if we can get the Plus program, but it's one of those things that I'm not bombastic. I don't like to do like subathons or anything like that. I'm not interested in that stuff. I want to stream because I want to stream. I'm here because I want to be here. That's the thing, right? And that's the way it's been for as long as I have been streaming. So it's one of those things, right? But I should focus into that stuff a little bit, but I lack that, you know, I call it being bombastic, that wanting to do those kinds of things. A good example is when I got my tuber. I didn't celebrate with a debut or anything like that. I just have my tuber unboxed and here. I like birthdays. I like holidays. I'll celebrate them, but I don't know. It's they're celebratory times, and I enjoy them. Sometimes I do a 24-hour stream on my birthday. I've done it before. For my 25th birthday, I did 25 hours, 25 minutes, and 25 seconds. The reason being is because my birthday is on the 25th. So I wanted 25, 25, 25, 25 when I turned 25. I've got a screenshot and everything. It was great. That was many years ago. Cause like I mentioned before, like sometimes, and this doesn't come up a whole lot, but I've been in the streaming world for quite a long time. The thing is though is that I wasn't always on Twitch. But then, now I am, and it's just, it's more of a priority to be on Twitch. So, and I'll probably stay. At least that's the intention. Need to get everything sorted though. Need to move in with Emma. Need, then to start the extra processes that I want to do. Like, for example, part of my backup plan, and I was discussing this recently, but I think that I'm going to go for more school. So we'll go to get some more post-secondary because like I said, the universities in Sweden are really good, so I'm looking forward to maybe getting involved in that as a backup plan. If my paperwork doesn't go through this time, then I can go through school. And then, they will see how tenacious I can be, because I will do an entire degree in order to be with Emma. If I have to do an entire degree, I will do so. So more than likely in herpetology is what I was looking into it in much more detail recently. So I would do it through either a Bachelor of Science or a Bachelor of Zoology, one of the two. Probably science. Science would be easier for me, I think. Then I can pair it with the education I already have, and I will have tons. I will be all super duper smarticle. Maybe one day. Maybe one day, yeah. Definitely don't hold back, because eventually, you could do it. It's not necessarily all about money either. Sometimes you could do courses. Courses are cheaper and easier to do. You can hop into a course on one thing, and then later you could consider a degree once you're a little bit more fine-tuned, and or you could ask your work to help, depending on what kind of work you're in, because sometimes businesses will pay for like extensive courses and or even maybe your full education, depending. Same with if you're in military stuff at all, or there's a lot of ways to get education paid for without having to really go into loans and student loans. I very much don't recommend student loans. Those are you be paying those off for ages and ages and ages. Fiscally, not the best thing, unless you're going to be in a field that is able to um, like create enough income to but like offset it to a degree. But still, then they still will, because it works the same as house payments, kind of. At least I think it does. Last I checked, it might have changed though. And that is that you cannot pay more than a certain amount onto them, so that they guarantee that they make their money back and more. You learn that the hard way. Oh, unfortunate. Well, I hope that it's not causing you any stress, and if it is, I hope that we're alleviating some of that by you being here, and being in on this zomboid journey with us. You don't have to really, because some folks like to kind of watch games and streams and stuff as a means to kind of just relax. And that's kind of what I hope that this stream does for a lot of folks, is that it's relaxing. They made it worse last minute. Oof. I don't know all the details about the states though. So yeah, you're gonna boot up your game? Oh, neat. Best of luck. I can't play Zomboid and watch Zomboid. It just doesn't, like, I can't do it. I get too paranoid, and it makes me anxious. That's why when I'm watching Zomboid, I play other games. So like I'll play uh other stuff. But yeah, that's the plan right now. Hi, by the way. Hello. Um but yeah. And even if by the way, just to clarify something about me staying, even if this doesn't work out as a profession in the future, like let's talk a year or two in the future, and I find that it's not fiscally capable, like, we're not fiscally capable. Um, that's fine. I will still stream, because streaming has always been something special to me. It's always been good, and regardless of even if it were to make, like, it's just how it's gonna be. I will always stream, but it's one of those things where, yeah, I may not be able to turn it into a profession. Maybe, but like I said, I don't know. Like I've not tried it. I've never tried it. it never seemed possible to me before. And then recently, it's been more like I had my eyes opened to that like a year, a little like what was it? It was like a year and a half or a year ago. Woke up and got a solid 12 hours. Good job, Darth Strider. If you needed 12, that is. Kudos. Um, but the thing is I didn't see that streaming was. I didn't feel like it was at first because I come from a time where, well, video games as a job? What are you talking about? That's the time period that I remember, and it works at my disadvantage. So that said, though, I know better. Like, I'm well aware that that's not true. Like, that information is false. And that, streaming and gaming all has credible capabilities of being good as a profession. It's just how you approach it. Anything can be a job if you really want it to be. It just, you need to really put in the passion and put in the hours to be able to make something into a job at some point. You know, it's just gonna take some effort for sure. But yeah, that's the plan right now. Is at least I hope. But like I mentioned before, if it doesn't work out, that's okay, because we'll try our best, and then, well, at the same time, I'm gonna be trying to do that school stuff. So once I get over there in Sweden, Emma said she might actually get involved as well, because it'd be cool for us to both have the, or at least what I would do is I would let Emma read all the books, because I bet you she would find it fascinating. As well as, I mean, well, some of the stuff she wouldn't find fascinating, I guess. Because there's a lot of boring stuff that goes into school before the fun stuff. And then some stuff that's painful, like painfully boring to do. I really don't like essay writing or theses. Doing, the advanced paper stuff. You meant on Twitch, not in Sweden. So the thing is they're one and the same. The reason why they're one and the same is because Twitch and Sweden are both part of my life. There is no separation for that, at least in my mind. It's all one. It's all part of my life. The internet, everything, all part of my life. Differing aspects and influenced differently, different inflections, but still all part of my life. Okay, thank goodness. I wanted to make sure we got to sleep before we got any colder, because you can't really go to sleep now at tier 3 cold, and if you get to tier 4 cold, it can kill you. I think. I think they added in hypothermia kills. I don't know for sure, though. A while back, and you like the vibes. I'm glad. No. Don't take off the friendship bracelet. I got that on a varsity zombie early on. And I always like to wear at least one. I'm glad that folks like the channel. Yeah, that's true. trying to see. I need. Yeah. You found a mod that does cute design sweaters. There's a lot of mods that are really cute cosmetics that are really nice. There's one that I've seen that does a lot of hairstyles. Those some of my favorite mods. Just like craftable headgear, actually. That one was also one of my favorite mods. All-time favorites. Um, the frog hat you see on my head right now is actually a Project Zomboid mod frog hat. That is where the frog hat came from. So it's really cool, actually. I made the frog hat in my PB run, and it just it's been just a part of me ever since. Cutting vegetables, stirring. No worries. You're good. It's good to have stories. But well, no, once again, don't like dox yourself or anything. Emma's sick right now, and it sucks actually. Um, Emma caught a, I don't know what she has, but she's been coughing and she's been feeling burny, like her throat's been burning, and she's like I'm hopefully she'll be recovered soon because her mom's there and taking care of her. So that puts me at a little bit at ease, but yeah, you get really bad anxiety. I get anxiety sometimes. It's very short lived though, and I notice it. The thing is, maybe it's unhealthy to do what I do to the anxiety, but there are parts of the anxiety I can suppress, and it's probably not wise to do that in my mind. But I did not actually know what anxiety felt like until a few years ago, actually. Because it's one of those things, and I can tell from a place of confidence that not everyone will experience anxiety. So, as a result of not experiencing anxiety, you will. I don't know, it's weird to try to. You won't be able to. It's like never having felt an emotion before, right? You can't really. And then people talk about it all the time, right? But you've never felt that. Um, Folks that don't get anxiety um, trying to think, because they talk about anxiety, and they shouldn't, is what I feel. Because they don't get anxiety, so they don't know what it's like. It's like folks that don't have a disease talking about how the disease feels to have. It doesn't make sense. You don't have the disease, so, outside of knowing the science behind having said disease, you've never felt it, though. There's a difference between walking the path and, looking at the path. It's completely different. Yeah, just like it's one of those weird things, right? It translates very heavily into some other stuff that's controversial, and I don't want to talk about right now. That I'm kind of being cautious to avoid those topics because it can bring out the worst in some people. But yeah, your anxiety stemmed for celiac disease. Oof. I don't have a gluten allergy, but I can feel bad for folks that do have it because gluten is like in everything. Also, gluten-free toast is some of the weirdest types of bread that I think I've ever seen. Like gluten-free bread, I mean. That stuff is like super powered. Should be gaining weight now. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully some folks, I don't know, it's anxiety is a weird thing. Cuz it can stop you from doing things that you want to do. The biggest thing that I remember for anxiety was being anxious to go live once. I remember sitting at my computer being ready to go live. And this was a year and a half ago, or almost 2 years ago. I had taken a break from streaming for almost a year, right? And then come back, and I go to press the go live button to start my Zomboid stuff, like way back when I very first was getting back, like, and I was starting time 16. This was back in the very beginning. I actually struggled with pressing that button for quite some time. Eventually I did, though. You can't, you have to be the one that pushes yourself through it. You could have people there to support you. You can have, like, folks around that are great. It still needs to be you, though. But once you do push through the anxiety, once you do finally get through that portion of it, it's still there, but it gets easier. So the next time I went to push the go live button, it was easier, and so on and so forth. And I still have anxiety that's sort of around, but it's less about that stuff now and more about other things. But that feeling of being frozen and not able to do anything to stop it was probably one of the simultaneously strange and scariest feelings ever. Because it felt like I don't know, can't explain it in good enough words, but it was like all it was pushing a button. All it was pushing a button, but I couldn't do it. No, I didn't panic attack. I wasn't hyperventilating, although that's not necessarily a panic attack, because it's same as a grand mal seizure versus regular seizures. It's, you can have a smaller version of a panic attack. It's one of those things where, no, I was just very anxious and it was freezing me. It wasn't, I don't feel like it was a panic attack, though. It was just, and I sat there for, like I said, it might have been, I don't know. I'm bad with time as it is, so I don't know how long I sat there for before eventually pushing through it. And I'm glad that I did, but at the same time, like I mentioned before, you have to be the one to do it. It's impossible for other folks to do it for you. But you can. You can do it. It's a gut issue and digestive tract stuff. No, I didn't feel any pain. It's just I was frozen. And I kept telling myself at the time that it's fine, just push the button. But as I went to push the button, I couldn't. I couldn't bring myself to do it until eventually I forced myself to. And then, like I said, it got a little bit easier after that. A couple weeks later, my run didn't die, so it kept going. And folks started taking interest in that run. And then I learned an absolute ton about Zomboid. And from there, that run continued and continued. And I didn't expect it to continue, but it did. And it continued. For months, that run ran. And then in August, that run met its end. The final chapter played out. The book closed. And then we started another run. That's the story of this, like, my start into Zomboid and my start back into streaming in general. Because, like I said before, I had taken a year off due to 3 things happening all at once. The first thing that happened was business stuff happened. I got into the line of work that I'm currently working right now. I resigned from my previous profession and moved into the my current profession. And then, so that was first thing that happened, which is a positive thing, right? The second thing that happened was the platform Mixer died. So that was kind of sad when that happened for me. But the final thing that happened, number 3, was Overwatch significantly changed everything and was starting to transition into Overwatch 2. It hadn't done it yet, but they changed too many things and they made the game no longer fun for me. It was no longer the game that I once knew. It had changed, and that broke my heart a bit. I'm still not looking at the MOBA genre and because of that. Although I did try to get a couple of MOBAs involved, like I tried to play a couple of them, but I haven't really looked at the MOBA genre in the same light as a result. So, because I did try to play, I was playing Guild Wars 2 and I was playing League of Legends to try and fill that Overwatch void. And I couldn't, it wasn't the same. And actually, League of Legends was making worse decisions than Blizzard was making, which is saying a lot because Blizzard was kind of basically like just not doing the smartest of things. Like not at all. So to one up Blizzard on doing stupid stuff is was a bit of a surprise to me. So it yeah. Anyways, moving from there, I was looking for something to fill the void kind of thing. Remember, Overwatch was a game that I put over 14,000 hours into. So I was looking for something that could do that. And that's when Zomboid. And then from Zomboid comes more Zomboid. And so on and so forth. That's pro level? Yeah, no, I was. I'm washed now, but like I used to be really good. And like same as the but I'm generally fairly good in a lot of games. That's not me being like, oh, I'm the greatest ego. Wahaha. No, it's just that I understand quite a lot of things, and it helps. It helps transition those skills from one game to another game, right? It doesn't mean I'm gonna be perfect at any game. No, but and the fundamentals are very important in all games. Even Zomboid has not got quite a lot. Like Zomboid is my third most played game at almost 5,000 hours. And Overwatch was my second most played game, clocking in at like above 14K. I'd have to go back and look at the math on it, but something like that. And then Minecraft is number one at a ludicrous amount of time, but I would say a large percentage of that time was actually just waiting for the game to load up. Because my old PC it used to take like 15 to 20 minutes to load into Minecraft, and I would patiently sit there and wait. And then I used to play with a lot of mods, and the game would crash, and I would then wait 15 to 20 minutes for the game to load back up. So I guess you could maybe cross off like, let's say 1/3 of Minecraft's time and say that I've only played about 30K hours of Minecraft. But still, like, roughly 30 to 40K hours in Minecraft. Most of it was modded hardcore worlds. But I did play a considerable amount of vanilla as well. It's almost as grindy as RuneScape. Oh yeah. You're playing Sky Factory 5? I didn't find those mods very confusing. I found them fairly simple. It's but I liked mods like that, like Infinity Evolved, um Crash Landing. Some of the hardest packs I played was like Mad Pack 2. Oh yeah, definitely. Minecraft is one of those games that can destroy your games, like your computer's RAM. It can like it was tough. There was one time that I remember that I caused like so our server is pretty good. Like it is a fairly good server. However, I caused some problems with that server due to a spawner that I created. In it was like a special spawner that would drop Enderman, right? But the Endermen were supposed to die, but sometimes they would survive with just a little bit of HP. And I left the spawner on overnight and I fell asleep. When I woke up, there were so many Endermen on the platform that the game, like the server, like was like no. It was glitching out, it was crashing, and it was pretty bad. I had to go get Elm. I was like, Elm, can you fix this? Elm's like, what did you do? I was like, I left this spawner on. He's like, oh, okay. I can try. And he then killed everything in that realm, including my character. He's like, okay, it's good. I'm like, aw. I died. Because dying for me in Minecraft was not something I like to do. I'm not keen. I prefer to do like hardcore style playthroughs. No deaths. I think on that server I had like 4 deaths total. And I played a lot of permadeath. I love permadeath games. They're some of my favorites, which is why I play Zomboid. is because Zomboid can be a permadeath game if you want it to be. I thought I had the up arrow. All I did was walk around a little bit. You're telling me that I burned over 1,000 calories? Yeah, you bred over 100 sheep. See, on that platform, there were thousands of Endermen. Our server was beefy. It could do quite a lot, but that didn't matter. Servers still have limitations. You had 100 of every different color, so you had about 1,300 sheep or so. Something like that. I can't remember. Is it like... Or did you have a mod that made more colors? Is it 1,300? How many wool colors are there? Is it 26? No, it's 13, isn't it? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I... And did you include the other sheep, like the rainbow sheep and all that stuff too? It was a streamer server. Ah, okay. So then, yeah, it was probably a beefy server too. Because we used to pool a little bit for that kind of stuff. So we would get like the fancier stuff that we could get, best we could. There was a lot of Minecraft servers that I played on that were just really badly laggy though. And I feel like, no offense meant to the server providers, but it was partly their fault. Because, the server providers, or at least those ones, were like fancy advertised Minecraft server providers. No, they weren't very good. I'm not going to give any names of any, like, of them, but... Those ones, all absolutely terrible. The server that we played on, though, was custom, and it wasn't specifically for Minecraft, and it was really good. Barely any lag ever. The only time it lagged was kind of when I did that one thing with the Enderman. Of course, that was my fault, and I shouldn't have done that. I caused that one. That one was my bad. I'm sorry. You put all the wool in your chest? Oh, that's very kind. Yeah, a lot of those fancy Minecraft ones are just... they are not very good. They oversell what they're capable of. And oftentimes you have to get on to support with them to actually get proper stuff. I didn't like the experience that I had with some of those. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ones that you can use depending on which version of Minecraft you're playing. Like, the ones from Draconic Evolution were always really good. But same for the ones from either Ender.io or Mine Factory Reloaded or Mine Factory. Those ones were good as well. That's the funniest part about... so Buzz did an April Fool's Day prank just recently where he said, he's like, I'm going to play Minecraft, never play in PZ again. It was funny because it did actually get me. I was like, and he wants backseating too? That's strange, but I mean, okay. And meanwhile, I'm like trying to unbox all of my Minecraft knowledge. I'm like, okay, well... But it was a joke. It was a joke the whole time. And shout out for Buzz, because Buzz is great. Yeah. You guys should follow Buzz. Buzz is awesome. Raid? That's Quiet's raid, isn't it? Quiet's awesome. Hmm? Or do you mean that I'm raiding? No, I'm not raiding right now. Not yet. I may raid later though. Like, I mean, depending on who's on. Oh, you have Buzz in the background? Salute Buzz for me. No, no, no. But salute him. Yeah. Or if you don't have him subbed, you can do a this. Yeah. Buzz is awesome. uh, well, just use your other arm. Although it's not going to be as good, it's still you can do it. Unless wait a sec though. How big is this dog? Never mind. If the dog is really big, don't. You're gonna hurt yourself more. Oh. It's hard though, cause dogs they don't understand. He's small for. Oh, he's a pit. No, no, no. Don't play with that. Not right now while your arm's hurting. You need to give your arm some rest. Hmm? If I had an Uno reverse card, I would play it. I don't have one on me right now. So, I'm gonna have to accept that compliment, but I should try and get a pack of Uno cards one of these days so that I can Uno reverse people. And then I have a gift that I saved where if somebody tries to Uno reverse me, that it cuts it up. So they have to live with the compliment. Yeah. Oh. So my frog hat command is not working at the moment because it's so I have to do it manually. So if you notice that I don't do it, let me know. Say like frog hat or something like, because yeah, for some reason the connect for VTube Studio is disjointed today. So I need to like I did reconnect it, but it's being weird. So I gotta do it again later. Yeah, just so that we're clear. Generally I will catch it, but sometimes I won't. So if you see me mess it up, you can always let me know. Like, hey, that's my hat. Or, hey, we gave you your hat back. Exactly. But generally I'm on top of things, but sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm focused. Yeah, Buzz is amazing, and I'm really looking forward to SKC 2.0. I probably will participate. It's one of those things where it depends on the timing and it depends on when my work schedule is. But if it's after October, which it's not likely going to take that long, let's be fair. It's probably going to be this summer, but we'll see. Um, yeah. Uh, I likely will participate this time because I didn't do SKC 1 and I wanted to, but when SKC 1 was running, I was doing Blood Bank Light and then I moved into a bunch of other things, right? Like CDDA, Wall Run. Plus, way back then, I didn't know Buzz all that well. Way like I was getting to know the Zomboid community back then, and then gradually I started to get to know everybody, and everybody sort of starts talking, and it's very interesting. Just like the different folks, and it's cool. Everybody in the Zomboid community basically is kind of like knowledgeable about each other, which is kind of fun. Like especially for the marathon folks and the sprinter folks. Like it's wholesome, and I like that. Okay, well, these pine cones can go outside. Yeah. Hmm. No, you're not cheating on Claire by watching other folks. That's not how that works. Plus, Claire actually really enjoys a lot of other folks' runs. Not just my own, but like other people. Like a lot of the runs, Claire will watch tons of them when she's not streaming. She hops into tons of chats. You'll see her all over the place. It is great. You're just supporting the people that Claire supports. It's indirectly kind of still you're still supporting Claire, kind of, right? He's actually why you're here. Yeah, Claire's amazing. I like that Claire. So, this cabin was my initial plan. My very first plan for the rat race back when rat race was being conceptualized. So there was a handful of streamers that were involved in the conceptualization of the rat race, right? Lamprey did all of the finite stuff afterwards, but it was the origin of the rat race was a bunch of streamers got pulled into a Discord, essentially, right? And that Discord later got disbanded and it was moved to Lamprey's Discord. And then later it was moved to its own Discord again, which it's here if folks want to join that Discord. But the way that's kind of how it went. So the origin of the rat race was that Lamprey had an idea and was taking some suggestions from some folks, right? And back then, while that was being conceptualized, this was going to be my plan, like to do this route. And then Claire also came up with the same plan. Great minds think alike. It's great. It is awesome. However, unfortunately, in my first run, I had a divergence of my plan because I went early and the helicopter didn't happen. I had a late helicopter, so as a result, I ended up in Doe Valley, and then I ended up out here. I was gonna approach the West Point Mansions, but then my helicopter happened here, which, if anyone's like, that pulls the West Point Mansion zombies out, which is not good. So I was like, you know what? Okay, fine. So I went over here, sieged down this area, and then ended up in Riverside instead. So it's just cool to be able to enact my plan anyways after we died in Riverside, right? And then to see Claire pick the same route, it was really cool. It's neat. That's one of my favorite parts of the rat race, aside from everybody picking Echo Creek and going to that cabin. Because and no, I'm not dissing the cabin. Don't get me wrong. Cabin folks can stay. You know, I'm just saying that strategy was the samey, right? Like there was a lot of folks that were going to that cabin. And it's not a bad strat. It's just it's cool to see when things diverge. Like, for example, in my case, how my crossroads is less busy than Claire's crossroads because of the helicopter, right? So you can see an immediate divergence, right? Because my helicopter was up here. Claire's helicopter was over here, right? It's just really interesting. I like that stuff. Yeah, you can't substitute shakes for food. The human body does need some solidity, and you actually pull things from different styles of food differently within your stomach. It's why you can't supplement like all of the food you eat into pills. It just doesn't work. The body doesn't break things down quite the same. You would have to eat a larger amount of those to uh, basically get the same value. But yeah, I agree that I don't like eating myself. I feel like eating is tedious. But I like tasting, though. Tasting is great. I have to eat because I'm human. You know, I have to drink because I'm human. I like tea because it's flavorful. You like Saturday shifts? Saturday shifts are interesting. You get to see some strange folks. They're so chaotic. Yeah, on Echo Creek they are. If you end up in the far trailers, you're pretty much dead unless you're able to get out of them very quickly. Like those trailers are scary. Unless you get the far right trailer, like, you know, which is the far west trailer that's next to the diner, because there's no heat map on that side. Is my Let's go work out. I need to get my weight back up. Yeah. Oh, you're based at the potted plant store? Oh, nifty. And you added 1% sprinters? That is cool. Some folks enjoy that kind of thing. In my opinion, doing 1% sprinters is I wouldn't do it. I'm an all or nothing kind of person on that. if I'm gonna play sprinters, I want it to be 100% or 0%. But that's just me, and that's my preference, right? I wouldn't be interested in half the zombies moving at slow speeds, you know? Or in that case, it would be a fraction, like, you know? But still, in time 16, if you really think about it, 1,000 zombies is 100 sprinters, right? But that's not exactly how it works. So what happens with every single zombie is it rolls the dice, and if it hits the 1%, then that zombie's a sprinter. For every single zombie, that is done. That's how probability works. So chances are... Oh, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Last Lardine. Enjoy your ad viewing as well as your frog emotes and your increase in channel currency. Do very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, the 1% is sometimes the occasional jump scare, and sometimes it's instant death. Because if you roll that 1% 4 times, which is unlikely as it is, it still can happen, and then you have 4 sprinters on you, and it only takes 4, right? To overpower us, even the strongest of characters. Thank you very much for gifting another sub. I do very much appreciate it. Enjoy ad previewing as well as frog emotes and added channel currency, along with my appreciation. Yeah. Just like, okay, so you're just hitting everybody who doesn't have subs. It's kind of like Noodles sniping people. Very much appreciate it. Enjoy your ad previewing as well as frog emotes, channel currency, and my appreciation. Those are the things you get. Yeah. That's a welp, I'm dead, but at least it's kind of funny. Yeah, it's and the odds are not with it, right? Unless you're moving into an area that has high percentage chance of that happening. Because think about it. All it takes is you to walk towards Guns Unlimited, and Guns Unlimited has one of the largest spawn chances in on the map because of its quantity, right? So, depending on your population setting, there is a good chance that there is anywhere between 100 and 800 sprinters there. Minimum. That's the minimum. And that's if the rest are all shamblers. Now, assuming that because there could be more, right? Because it's probability. It's not guaranteed that that's how it is. There could be less as well, but chances are there's not going to be less. You've not been home for 20 plus days. Sometimes it chooses someone who's never been there. Like I was mentioning before about that stuff is if you do like the bulk gift to a channel, and it'll sometimes reach out to people that have never been to the channel before but might like the content. So it does it based on algorithm. Of course, you know, that's it depends, right? Because I've had it before where I've seen somebody who was in the channel a lot didn't receive a gift, but somebody who was, and this is, I'm not talking about my own channel. I'm talking about I seen somebody who was in the channel didn't get a gift, but somebody completely random did. Yeah, that's currently the number that 1.5 million is the guesstimated number for this. It's gonna be more than that, actually. because the um, the guesstimation doesn't include interiors, so there will be several thousand extra that are extra on top. So, for example, there's a lot of buildings here, like the mall, the hospital, you know, the the Bateman building, like some of those buildings over there, right? The Crossroads Mall. Does it count inside? No. Is that a mod? No, that's part of the game. This is build 42. So, um, colorblind patterns are a thing. There's also the enable dyslexic font and enable light sensitivity mode, which disables the lightning. Yeah, the patterns are nice for people who are colorblind, which I've known a handful of folks that are colorblind that actually play the game. It's really cool. It felt off a bit off. I mean, that's understandable. It's not for everybody. But the reason why I enabled it was because if there's anybody who has dyslexia, I want them to be able to read too. So it helps for some folks. And for me, I'm indifferent. I like it doesn't bother me one way or the other. And that's for a lot of things. There's a lot of things that I'm kind of like, it's fine one way or the other, it doesn't matter. Go with the flow. That's fair. Bees see yellow as blue. What kind of bees? Are you talking bumblebees or like what kind of bees? Is it specific bees or is it like all bees? I don't know enough about insects. Hmm. Let's catch more fish. If wait, can I see the water? I can. Okay, we're good. You're not playing Rat Race anyways, are you? You said that you changed the setting. Even if you added 1% sprinters, that would disqualify the rem from the Rat Race. So you should just add your shopping cart mod. It's fine. Or are you trying to keep it as close to the rat race as you can? Because although I do believe that adding sprinters to the rat race makes it harder, part of the original stuff is that any setting changes at all disqualify stuff. I'm not streaming, so if I die, okay, that's good. You should add your shopping cart then. At least I think. Although you might not be able to find one for a long time. Unless you manage to snag one while walking out of town. Unless, do they appear on the road sometimes? Bees are colorblind to red. They see blue and yellow. Oh, neat. Okay. You had to Google it up? That's fair. Don't trust everything on Google though, like, you know. You make sure that you've checked multiple sources, etc. I don't trust Google 100%, especially that new Google AI, because that new Google AI has pulled information that's completely wrong before for me, and I know it's wrong. So I was like, that's wrong. Factually, that is incorrect. And then I was like, I'm not trusting this anymore. So I look stuff up deeper than just that weird AI that's on the surface. Garages, they reduce the rate. And it uses up energy. Okay, neat. Reminds me of the trolley mod from I can't remember which mod that one's from, but it's like a little tiny blue trolley that you can use. I think there's a red one too. It's like usually in reality you'd use those things to move like boxes or furniture. But you're thinking yellow, but they see blue. Okay, neat. I did not know that about bees. Despite my many usings of honey. Because I like honey. Honey's good. Honey is a good thing to add to tea sometimes that helps soothe the throat. So if you find yourself talking a lot, it ends up being really helpful. Because it's honey is a natural anti-inflammatory. So I'm not suggesting folks rub honey on like burns or anything. It's just like, but if your throat is sore, it can help. Also, the sugar's good for it. Lemon by itself is not the best for soreness, though. The lemon is because it's acidic. Same for oranges. The citrus within though is decent. It's just you got to be careful. It's you know light amounts. The energy comment was about AI searches. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's also about balance, though. Quite a lot of folks will overpower their tea and make it too sweet, and you gotta balance it out, though, so make sure that the flavors are still available. That's why when I found out that you could be like a tea specialist, I was like, heck yeah, I'm getting involved in that. That would be so easy as a profession for me. It would. I do half that stuff already. To be educated in it would be extremely easy. But I learned that stuff like by myself without like I didn't have any education in it. It's just because I like tea. It's my hobby, or I guess it's not actually a hobby. It's a way of life. Like I don't know. It's. You ever find out that you do something every day that you could have had a job in? Like it's just like crazy. Honey can last thousands of years? I don't know. I think honey does go bad though. I think there's some parts of honey that don't, but like I think it does go bad. It has expiry, does it not? Because I've seen honey go crusty when exposed to air. Ah, the best before. Yeah, so this is straight here. Honey doesn't expire or spoil, however. Um, the best before date would be linked to its freshness. See, that's the AI thing, though. Pulling from where? Where are you pulling from? Yeah, I don't know if I trust those sources. Let's see. This one. So it can't spoil, but it can be less good to eat, is what I'm reading here. So yeah. So yes, it does technically can't spoil, but it does get worse. Its quality is less. Wait, I've been hoarding gold when I should have been hoarding honey. Well, I mean, the gold is good to have too. But yeah, so it gets less good. Could you imagine eating honey that's really, really old? I mean, I bet you it would still. It's just like, for example, yeah, you can get canned goods that technically don't expire, but they're not gonna taste very good. Like 100 to 200 years from now, they would you would be able to eat them. They would give you some nutrition, but it wouldn't be like eating of something that's fresh. They found 6.5 thousand year old honey. How did it taste? And how did it compare to honey that is fresh, like from the hive? They wouldn't let you taste it? Just one lick. How many licks does it take to get to the center of the 6.5 thousand year old honey? Are you the owl counting to three? Oh, you reminded me that I gotta do duo. I don't hate doing my duo, but I gotta do my duo. You want to try it? I would want to try it just to compare. It's they keep saying that it's thousands of year old and that it's still perfectly edible. But does anybody try it? Who's eating this stuff? Are they allowed to eat it? Does somebody like say that you're not allowed to eat it, and then they just keep claiming that you can eat it? Like, I'm curious. Some who's and also is that a process of possibly could we age honey to be really really old and then it'd be like wine, it'd be an expensive thing? You think adding heat would just liquefy it again? I eat some on stream. Will I get PZ viewers? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Expired MREs? There's a lot of people that do food challenges. Yeah, so it'll be very crystallized. So then if you heat it up, then it wouldn't have any liquid in it. But what if you reintroduce liquid into it? Like fresh water. And mix it in. And then heat it up. Or like hot water. Like you pour a hot water and you put the honey in the hot water. Will it be fine? How does it work? You make it back into honey that way. Interesting. But has anyone tasted it? I'm curious now. What does 1,000-year-old honey taste like? It's less sweet, more bitter, it says on this source. Where is it? From Nature's. Okay. This one says that, yeah, that it gets more bitter. But it also depends on the flowers that were used and the pollen that was collected. So, interesting. A lot of companies add stuff to it as well. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was reading too, is that it's a lot of it is the flowers involved. It sounds like the beginning of a stand-up joke. 4 guys go into a bar. The crystallized honey is on the bar. And the first guy, no, I'm not. That's where the joke ends because I'm not. I'm not clever enough to come up with a joke on the spot like that. Yeah. It's interesting though, right? Are we? Yeah, never mind. What's the deal with airplane food? We'll workshop it. Um, we're really close to level 6. Anytime I see the Nile, all I can think is that joke where I can't remember how the joke starts, but the punchline is that he's in denial. I can't remember the front part of it though. Its taste changes by temperature. Fun fact about water is that lots of human beings like water that's dirty. Whether we put tea, coffee, sugar, or a bunch of other additives into the water, it's not pure water anymore. It's dirty water. But I'm included. 'Cause I like tea. If you get fresh water from while you're thirsty, it'll be some of the best water you'll ever drink. Especially like if you're really thirsty. Like you haven't had water all day. I mean, that water tastes the best. It's in denial. Yeah. I like that. That one's funny. Yeah, that's one thing that I never fully understood and kind of thought was kind of interesting is that somebody could scoop up some water, put it in a plastic bottle, and suddenly that water is worth currency. They took something that was free at one point in time, put it in like a container, and decided to charge for it. And people pay. People pay for that. I pay for that. Isn't that crazy? Wonder if people can do that with like other free stuff, like sunlight. Nope, you don't get to have any sun at all. It's like a tiny metal cloud following people around and like it's set to magnetism. Nope, you don't get any sun. You gotta pay. Yeah. Also, water is different in different areas as well because of composition. So, like, if you're in different parts of the world, some water leans in certain different metals and different minerals that exist in the area. Will change the way the water tastes as well. It was really cool. When I was in Sweden, the water was different than the water is here. The water in here is interesting. It's not harsh or anything. It's just it's different. And I remember one place that the water was very murky. Quick, throw him a piano. Ah, very relaxing fishing trip. We got to get back to that point though and start killing the zombies there, which It's been hard because we're not quite strong enough yet. Like we're still the muscle strain still hurts. And I'm spreading myself too much on weapons. I wish I could focus on one, but I just can't at the moment. Yeah, it's 500. Yeah, you have to be very careful with some stuff. Some things you can filter though. There's one method that I seen that was really neat, where you could take I don't know if it was tissue or paper towel, but you could like grab 4 or 5 cups, and you could have the water filter through and drip into the other cups, and it's neat, but not effective. You should still boil the water, obviously. But it can get rid of all the sediment. Eight-year-old back then. Back in the before times. Back in ancient times. It used to snow back then. You had to walk 5 miles. It was uphill, both ways. Waist deep snow. -40 weather. Yeah, in the medieval farm. That stuff's always fun. I like that. I have fond memories of that stuff. A poor 30 centimeter snowman on the trampoline. We, it reminds me of, we made a, like, because very frequently we would try and make a big snowman, like really, really big, but it would get to the point where we can't move the ball of snow around anymore. It's like too big. And you'd have these just gigantic balls of snow just like around. That were like the size of whichever kid was pushing it. Sometimes way bigger too. This is like 1998. Yeah, it's one of those things that's rare in some places, I guess. Here, if we were to try to do something like that, like nah, it, it everybody just ignore the snow. The only time you wouldn't is if it was like really, really blizzarding. But like if it was really, really blizzarding, I mean, you still have to go. Generally, remember the old schools didn't close unless it was like above minus like 60, I think. I can't remember. So it'd be minus 76 Fahrenheit. I think it's 60. Because I remember us going in a minus 55 once. That was probably the coldest day that we went. Yeah, it's depends on where you live, right? You would freeze? Yeah, we did too. That is cold weather. That is the kind of cold that you do not want to be standing waiting for the bus in that weather. The second you get on the bus, it's like the best thing ever. I know that's definitely not weather that is fun to be in. You're wearing like your like if anybody here's seen a Christmas Story, like that kid with the arms like that can't go down, that's essentially how many layers you're wearing. Scarf, everything. The full nines, and you're still cold. So they'd have to cancel. Yeah, sometimes they would cancel if it got to that point, but if the buses were still running, the schools would still be running. That's how that worked. So if the bus driver was smart and specifically depending on they would bring the batteries in and then they would put the batteries back like cuz you can't just leave the battery in the vehicle. It would kill the battery in temperatures like that. So that's kind of how they kept things going. And there was a deep freeze just recently, not here or sorry, not it wasn't this month. It was like a few months ago where most of the cars in town were dead because it dropped down into like the minus where was it? It was like minus 60, minus 70, but just it might have been minus 60 something. I don't know if it got down to minus 70, maybe with wind chill, but it, like I said, it killed all the batteries in town for the most part. There were still, like I said, some people who were smart and they brought their batteries inside, and those people were going around town helping everyone start their vehicles, which is awesome. It's nice when people do that. No, exactly. It's too cold. On the flip side, can't do heat. You put me in like 30-degree weather and I'm cooking. Like I like it's awful. So that'd be 86 Fahrenheit for the American folks that are around that need need the Fahrenheit. 30 degrees or 86 Fahrenheit is cooking temperature for me. I can't handle that. It's too hot. My optimal room temperature is between 20 and 25 though, which would be Um, so my optimal temperature for a good room is between 68 and 77. That's good temperature in my opinion. Um, Temperature that I can withstand though, like before I have to like really start thinking about going and grabbing a jacket, would be -10. So as far as 14 Fahrenheit is, that's when I start thinking about coats, hoodies, and jackets. But I can zero, -5, nothing. I don't even, wouldn't even flinch at those temperatures. And actually, due to the nature of how and where I live, I have a. It works in the reverse too, by the way. If you want to do a Fahrenheit to Celsius, you just do F to C. Um, but the I'm like a mini heater. Like when I was in Sweden, Emma absolutely loves it because Emma's the opposite. Emma's like a tiny like AC unit. Emma's very cold all the time, and I'm like a mini heater. So, you know, it's the best. I don't know why Emma's always so cold though. It's weird. R2K. I don't think that's there. I'm sorry. There's no Kelvin, or it's fine. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll get Elm to put that in there, like at some point, maybe just for fun. But also hopefully you're doing good, Tom. I hope you're doing okay. But yeah, I've had people they're temperature wise, I've had people say that they're able to withstand all these hot temperatures, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't even imagine it. Like like Mark and Gus, they're down in Brazil, right? And it is like insane there because it's the temperature's ludicrous. And then rural is in Florida, right? And apparently not only is the temperature really hot there, but apparently it's like that kind of hot that you're like, it's like wet hot. So like you can't even, there would be no like sweating to cool down. You are soaking wet. That sounds awful. Thankfully, Sweden is, at least where Emma lives, is further south than where I live. So when I get there, like they barely see snow. Like they see snow for only a few months. Here, we see snow for like a large percentage of the year. I think Tom is probably one of the few folks in chat who sees snow longer than me, but it's like it's hard because we joke about it here that we don't have real seasons. We only have two seasons, winter and construction. You only have one season in Brazil? That sounds so... It sounds hard. The hot season? Or the really hot season? It's just summer all the time. Always summer. Now that sounds nice on paper until you realize that actually what really is happening is there's all four seasons, except there's hot summer, there's slightly cooler summer, there's cold summer, and then there's wet summer. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, I figured. I wouldn't be able to handle it in Brazil. I'd have to visit, but not stay. Like I would have to. I'd be there for a few days. How's the AC indoors? Is it good? I would be living in the hotel. I'd go out to visit friends and stuff, but then back to the hotel for the AC. You're all covered in blankets. Oh, okay. See, that's good then. At least the AC's good. I can't wait. I'll probably go visit in Brazil at some point. It'd be fun. That's one of the things that I'm looking forward to once Emma and I are in more of a stable position and I can bring Emma places with me, is I want to take Emma to places. Like, I want us to go on adventures. Emma will come with me on adventures to, like, things like events. I want us to go to, like, events and stuff, but I also would like us to go to, like, you know, visit places in the world. It'll be cool. There's places I want to go and see. And it'll be fun having Emma with me. And I think Emma wants to go too. Because, like, for example, Emma's recently went to Greece. And I want to go to Greece. That place is cool. Full of mythos, as well as just so many things that you can go and look at. There's a lot of places in the world I want to check out. Yeah, 26, 25. Standard. Those are good temperatures. Jeez. When it's hot, it's like 45 plus. Yeah, I bet you everything's melting too. Those areas are like crazy. Alright, we'll go kill some zombies for a bit. But I can't stay out there, unfortunately. I need to be at a house of some kind. And train rails warp because of the heat? That sounds awful. And dangerous. You can only do 30 for a few days. You can only do 40 plus for like a day. I can't handle those temperatures at all. I melt in those temperatures. Even when this room gets too hot. Oh yeah, like I mean you can freeze stuff, but there's only so much you can do for being hot. And that stuff only lasts for a little bit. You have to keep cycling it. During the summertime, I'm sure you guys remember maybe last year, how many times I have to AFK and go and grab ice and bring ice here and fill up my little fan units, and it's annoying, but it helps. It keeps things cool. Meanwhile, during the winter, if this room gets too hot, which is rare, but let's for argument's sake say during the winter it does, I can open the window for like 5 seconds, and this immediately Canadian cold cools the whole room down super fast. Super fast. I don't have to worry about that. It's like the frozen north AC unit. It's great. Yeah, it is true. It's because I'm used to the cold weather. That's why when going to Sweden, the Sweden summers are going to be sweltering for me. I'm not really looking forward to that part. However, Swedish fall and Swedish winter. I mean, there was actually one day that got pretty cold. But that said, there was one day that got pretty cold. It wasn't every day. That's your winner. Yeah, that's true. It's true. It's your winner. But remember, like I mentioned before, it's like that's hot. That's hot in my world. If I went to Brazil, like I said, I'd be stuck in the hotel outside of when I went out to to meet folks. Whether we're going to like restaurants or like I don't know, events. Don't specifically want to say parties because that makes it sound like it you know it's not necessarily like that. Everybody has an AC. It'll be tough. I mean, 23 degrees Celsius isn't that bad. That's like room temperature. Like I said, between 20 and 25, I'm okay. I feel like that's an okay room temperature. But if you start going above 25, I start to get a little bit, it's a little bit too hot for me. And then if it goes below 20, I'm good all the way until minus 10. Once it's down to minus 10 though, that's it. I'm tapped, and I will go and grab a hoodie, a coat, or like a jacket or something. Like something, a sweater. And that depends on how long I'm in those temperatures as well. If I'm in minus 5 for a long time, I might consider going and grabbing a sweater. But if I'm only in that temperature for like an hour, it's fine. Doesn't bother me if it's only an hour. Or two. It's only an hour. It's not that much. It was one with a -4, and you were just like that's like super cold, right? Let alone getting off the plane to come back into the Canadian cold. It was a -33 days, -33 Celsius. And all I could think was when that brisk cold air hit my face was, ah, cold air, nice. And then onward into the airport I went. It was good. I like cold. I like cold, but I don't like yeah. It's like that, and that was a standard winter day. Like it was like your average winter here is minimum. You know, usually it's been the -20s to -40s, and then it can drop really cold on the colder days. So like -50 to -70. It doesn't generally get down to -70. That's like that's super duper rare. Cold snap level territories. Maybe with wind chill, but not likely. Remember, all of these are in Celsius, so if you're confused, you can use the command C to F. Because Canadians are weird. We do our temperatures in Celsius. We do our distance in kilometers. We do... Our weight it varies. Sometimes it's in pounds, sometimes it's in kilograms. It's in kilograms or grams often when measuring for cooking. But when it comes to products, usually it's in pounds. So like if you buy a bag of sugar, it's often labeled in pounds. Our liquids are liters. So liters and milliliters. But we do our height in inches for some reason. Inches and feet. What's an ounce? That's a liquid measurement that we don't use. I think, right? Same as gallon. Gallon we don't use either. We use liters and milliliters. But I know that those exist. And I barely, like, I don't know the conversion in my brain. Like, it's not, it's, I don't remember the conversion, but they're gallons are more than liters and ounces are more than milliliters, I think, if I remember correctly. But yeah, we're a weird mix mash of both systems for some reason, and I don't really understand it fully why, but I just roll with it, and whatever's in front of me, I can usually um, just deal. This is the second alarm causing this surgence of... These might be the Dixie zombies. One can only hope. 4 quarts equals a gallon. Yeah. Mm. 4 liters is a little bit more than a gallon. Okay. Yay! Rainbow frogs. It's pretty straightforward. How do you guys measure your height? Do you do it in meters? Or do you do it in inches and feet? Neat. For some reason, we do our height in inches and feet here. .6 meters? Yeah, no, I know how it works. CM to M and to KM. Yeah, no, I'm aware. That's how we do our distance. We do distance in that. Welcome back. But yeah, for some reason for height we don't. Just like for weight. Like I said, some cooking stuff we use grams and kilograms, but most of the time for cooking or for like other stuff, it's all pounds and there's no ounces. I very rarely do I see ounces anywhere. It's just pounds. And then you've got teaspoons and tablespoons. Interesting. Yay. Little green frog. Pounds, not ounces, must be British Columbia? No, no. Not that I want to dox myself or anything, but I do tell folks that, I don't mind folks knowing which province I'm in. I live in Alberta. Which is strange, I suppose. Because nobody's been ever able to guess that. The only person who's ever been able to guess where I'm from has been able to guess that I'm Canadian. That's as close as folks get. But I don't mind saying which province I'm from. Don't bother me. Once again, though, I'm trying not to dox myself, because that's not good, right? You shouldn't dox yourself on the internet. It's not safe. You use cups. Cup is a milliliter. American cup is 235. Yeah, we use some weird measuring systems for the cups and stuff. Yeah, people don't know about the other provinces existing. Although I've given a rundown on at least from my perspective, what the provinces, what they're known for. Outside, so the territories I didn't do because I don't know enough about them, and it's one of those things where I learned a little bit about the history of those areas, but it's not they're not yeah, let's run back. The provinces are less, or sorry, not provinces. The territories are less looked at outside of some things. Like there's been TV shows in the past about them. There's also been TV shows about like Ontario. That said though, from left to right, because might as well go from west coast to east coast. British Columbia is known, at least from my perspective, as the beautiful province. It has everything you can think of in terms of environments. It has desert, it has mountains, it has gorgeous forests, seaside. Like, I mean, it's got it all. It's the beautiful province. Then you got Alberta, is known as the working province, the province that does all the work related stuff, paper mills, beef, oil sands, etc. Alberta's a working province, always working, always trying its best to kind of make sure that things are running. Then you move forward. Next one is Saskatchewan, which is the flat province. And it's kind of funny that it's just known as the flat province, despite having a rich and wonderful set of resources in its northern side. It's kind of like a lot of untapped stuff up there. Anyways, but it's just known as the flat province. Moving from there, you got Manitoba. Manitoba is known most prominently for Winnipeg, which is Winnie the Pooh. In case folks were curious, Winnie the Pooh is a Canadian character that, children's shows and books. There's a bunch of other stuff about Manitoba. It's partially... There's a large amount of Ukrainian Canadians from there, and there's also... it's got a lot of French presence as well, probably due to its proximity to Quebec. You got Quebec and Ontario now. Quebec being the French province, like very much wanting to be its own thing, but at the same time kind of wanting to not be its own thing. Like it wants to be part of Canada, but it doesn't. Like it wants to keep the Canadian economy, but it wants to be its own country. Doesn't really make sense, but it can do what it wants, I guess. And I'm not one way or the other on it. Don't really care. But it's the French province. And then you've got Ontario, which is our political province. It's where the world sees Canada from. It's the province where all the leaders end up meeting. A lot of business stuff goes down in Ontario. And it's located right beside the Great Lakes. Very, dense population there as well. A lot of good folks from Ontario. From there, you've got then the Maritimes, which are New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, Labrador, and Newfoundland. They're the seaside, eastern coast provinces that are known most prominently for things like fishing. They're very hardworking people. And then it's also very nice over there as well. Anyways, that's Canada from west to east. Because that's... And I don't think I'm forgetting anything. If I am, you can ask, I guess. But that's perspective from a Canadian citizen. That's how I view Canada. But it could be wrong. Because, for example, I've not been to British Columbia. I don't know very much about that outside of that information and the history that I've learned from it. Same for a lot of the other provinces. I've not been outside of the Ontario, which one was it? I think it was the Toronto airport. I've been inside the airports. I just haven't left them and gone exploring. I've got friends that are from different parts of Canada, but certain aspects of Canada I've never ever been to. Right? So I don't have a first-hand experience. At most, I have a third-hand experience. But yeah. You've misplaced your in-game violin bag bar kit. Retrace your steps. A vast majority of Canadians live in those provinces. I mean, I just listed off all of the Canadian provinces. So, yeah, most of Canada lives in the provinces I listed because I did list them all. So it's like, yeah, they do live in Canada. That is accurate. But I don't think that's what you meant. There are some folks that live more in other provinces than like some of the provinces are more populated and then others, and some of the provinces have different tax stuff than the other ones. For example, I'll tell you guys one that's kind of interesting. Alberta doesn't have to pay PST. So there is something called provincial sales tax that a lot of the other provinces have to pay. Alberta doesn't have to pay that. The reason being is that a large percentage of Canada's wealth actually comes from Alberta. So this province that I live in ends up making up for a large percentage of Canadian wealth. And as a result, no PST. Doesn't mean that Alberta is any better than any other province. They're all nice in their own ways and have their own sort of benefits, I'm sure. But it's one of those things. You take your wins when you can get them. And that's a win for this province. Oh, you found your keys? Okay, so that's good at least. BC, Quebec, and Ontario. I mean, no. I'd say that there's a decent swath of folks that live in a lot of the other provinces as well. But that's, yeah. You're kidding? Actually, it's quite interesting. Um, from what I remember, Alberta really does a lot to help out Canada in general to make sure that Canada is doing okay. It's like it's like if Canada is a parent and all of the provinces are siblings, I would say that Alberta is like the one of the older ones that's trying to, to help pay for the rent. Yeah, helpful and polite. I mean, mostly. If somebody were to come knock on our doors, like, we would be apt to help. We don't immediately think somebody's trying to break in or anything like that. But at the same time, it would be a little awkward depending on the percentage and the the time. If it's like 3 in the morning, there's definitely gonna be a who's at this hour kind of thing, right? But it's not so much that we don't lock our doors or anything. We still lock our doors and stuff. But at the end of the day, that doesn't really stop anyone from who wants to get into your home to get into your home. So but yeah, if somebody wanted me to help them, like, I don't know, like, it depends on if it's encroaching on my time, I suppose. They're always acting like they've been in a wreck. Please come help me. I need to move this couch across my living room because the feng shui is off. No. I'm probably the worst person to ask for that. I can barely move like slightly heavy objects. Like if I were to try to move a fridge or a couch or something, it's never not gonna go good. You're gonna want to ask somebody else. Day 2. What do you mean day 2? Day 2? Violence. Yeah, I don't know. It's -5 inside. Did I mention the territories? I did not, and I actually said in the beginning that I wasn't going to. I said that I haven't really learned as much about those areas as I would prefer. I know some stuff about those territories, but it's not concrete enough that I would want to be like, you know, I'm not it's not, I don't know if it's factual, so it's like, nah. I'd rather just say that they exist, but I didn't give any descriptors about them at all. Northwest Territories used to take up the entire part, but got split in half into none of it later. Yukon's always kind of been there. It looks like a Dorito. It's the Dorito territory. And then Northwest Territories used to expand the whole entire northern part, and then they split it up because it was kind of... I think it was because it was too big. But maybe not. Yeah, they're the real cold. Because I've been to Yukon. Yukon is ridiculous. And Yukon is on the same level as Alaska. So, you know, that's like Tom levels of cold. It's not like that all the year, though, I would assume. But when I went, it was cold. Do I need to... No. Yeah, no. And set up new grids. Yeah. It's nice there. Like, it's still nice. But it's just... cold. What's the number one loot I'd like to find? If I was given the choice of any item in the game, like any item, I can find any one item. I guess a club hammer. If I could find a club hammer, that would be nice. Or a metalworking punch. I wish that spawn command worked. But yeah, club hammer or a metalworking punch. Those are the two things that I'm missing that are crucial. With a metalworking punch, I can create tongs, so I don't need to worry about tongs. And with a club hammer, I would be able to start mining nodes, which would give me open access to a larger amount of flint. That flint would be extremely helpful when it comes to leveling up my axes, because currently I am getting almost none from the road. Like, I get one flint every other day. And it's like sometimes one flint nodule, which is it's like possibility of having two. But it's absolutely painful to get flint at the moment because of the way the settings are set up. Basically, we have to hope for it would be less painful if the debris was working properly right now. But the debris isn't working properly. So what I mean to say by that is the flat stones, you can't pick them up at the moment. So that causes an entire section of leveling napping to be removed. Because if I could pick up the flat stones, I would power level my napping via regular large stones, limestone, and making other things like the flint saws until eventually I could get to this point when I could then use the flat stones to produce up to level 5. And then I would get these two things and then I could start mining the nodes. Does woodblock work for this vision? It doesn't level napping. And I can't make other napping tools aside from the ones that are required to it. Here, I'll let you look at the napping recipes, but my choices are smash large stone, which is doable. It gets you about 2.8 XP each time, which at my current napping level only means that I would need to do, let's see, so we're at, I'll just put it like this. What are we at? 387.2. So I'll put it like this. We would need 666 large rocks in order to level this up to the level that I need. 666 large rocks. Remember, they each weigh 40, and when I pick them up, it takes time to pick them up, as well as I have to waddle them over to a flat surface to smash them, and it takes time to smash them. 666 of those. Now, in saying that, the rest of these, this one takes limestone, which is not too hard to get, but it only appears like once every other day. Same as the chipstones. Flint nodules are the same, and then everything else requires chipstone. Literally all of it. This requires 2. But all of it requires chipstone, which you cannot create chipstones from regular stones, which, because they require flint nodules. Which kind of makes sense. But because there's no means of collecting flint nodules in a good way right now on these particular settings, it locks me. I don't even know if there is 600 rocks in the immediate area. Probably, but I don't know. I'd have to go looking and bring the cardboard box with me. And that's not to count the fact that I did, like, you see all these? These were large rock piles that I did. That's 7 large rocks that I already did. Combined with every single little pile that you see, like, along the way. Those are all piles that I did like that. You'll see them all over the place. So we did a sizable portion of that already. And actually, to the point where I was actually converting some of those rocks over. So there's another 4. Where is it? Is it this one? Yeah, you can see that I was converting them over to large, smooth stone blocks. So yeah, levels will affect the muscle strain of the timed action because the way that it works is the higher your level in the crafted skill, the faster you complete the action. So a good example would be tailoring. You complete the action faster so you don't build up as much muscle strain. But I don't know if that's how it will stay. Like, it might not work that way in the future. I don't know. But it seems like strength doesn't affect things that are like the neck strain from tailoring or the arm strain from farming. Those things seem affected by the level of the skill itself. But I'm not sure. All I know is that for sure muscle strain is a timer and it's built up based on your combat stats. So strength and weapon skill. Or just strength if you do pushes and stomps. It's not faster, but the reason why I've been doing small handle to spoon to fork is because, not because it's faster. It's the same XP as the smoking pipe. The reason why you don't do the smoking pipe, though, in comparison, is because although it's a slower method, like the small handle to the spoon to the fork, it takes longer, but you get to use the forks by burning them. You can burn the wooden forks. The fastest carving method actually is with bones. If you have access to bones, doing bones and carving fish hooks is the best. Because the fish hooks give like 40 XP per. Not to mention that carving the bones down into the sharp stuff is like 20 XP. And then carving, like, so do you see what I mean? Bones are the best, without question. Not to mention you can get some carved needles while you're at it too. Yeah, if you have a lot of bones, do bones. You'll level up carving so fast. It's the fastest way to level up carving for sure. And then if you have a high enough level of strength, you can smash skulls. I don't think the rabbit skulls can be smashed though. Only like the other stuff. Do I want to keep animals? Eventually, but I don't have animals at the moment. Yeah, you can do an exclamation point rat race and it actually says here like this. It says right there on the middle part of that what the goals are. The combined time is less if you add it up. Less than what? For the smoking pipe? No. It takes longer because you have to trigger each action. So and your character will stop. Unless you're like right on top of it, ready to do the next action, you're going to be slower overall. In game and outside of game. The smoking pipe's better in terms of game time, but they're the same XP value, so it doesn't matter. Like I said, bones are easily best 100%. Because if you compare, here, let's see. Do I have a bone here? Okay, I do have a bone here. So this includes making bone war hatchets, right? So this counts the same as the bone shards, like the bone fragments being turned into shards. Okay? So watch. You get 7.45, right? And then 37.24. It's just, and you get not only that, but you also get a fishing hook for later. So like it's superior to the method of, because you gain overall a total of 40, while the other method would be here. We'll compare. So if we do small handle, so let's make something into small handles first. So this into a small handle, right? So that's 7.45. Okay, so we have a small handle now, right? So let's make it's a spoon first. Okay, that's another 7.45. And then this will be 14 point something, right? Yeah, 14.9. So overall, the total amount of XP you get will be also, it'll be in the 30 to 40 range. So it's still similar, but you get more out of the bones and less crafts. So bone wins. Why does it have to fog up real hard? I was gonna go killing zombies, but now I can't because I don't want to deal with fog. I want to go back and... What if it goes away, though? No, it's 15. It's not gonna. Yeah. 12 out of a plank? See, the planks are better, though, for training carpentry XP. You can get 2 batches of carpentry XP out of the planks. Alternatively, though, I learned recently that you actually shouldn't train carpentry XP as much with the planks. And that it actually is better. Although messier, if you don't have a sledgehammer, to train carpentry by using the log method. So what I mean by that is, at any point now that I have a flint saw, because I can make flint saws, I can just grab a log, right? And if we build a chopping block, it's worth 5.6 carpentry XP. Any log that's just laying around. You can speed level with the flint saw because of this. So there, another 5.6 XP. So I can get to level 3 like real quick just by grabbing a hold of random logs and just throwing them down. As the one downside, though, there is a downside to this. And the downside is, this is a physical block. I can't disassemble it. They took away the disassembly for this for some reason, and I have no idea why. It used to be that you could disassemble this. Same as the planks, you used to be able to disassemble the fence post, but now you can't. They took it off for some reason. Maybe it was an accident, but maybe not. Maybe they intentionally wanted it to not be that way. So now you can't get rid of those without a sledgehammer. Yeah, kind of. There is one exception, and that's if you run the zombies into them. The zombies can delete that stuff. At least I think they can. I haven't tried. Be funny if they couldn't, though. It's funny you bring up invisible sledgehammers. There actually is a company in the game called Invisible Sledgehammer Co. Like, it's actually, I found stocks for that company in one of the business events. I found stocks for quite a lot of stuff, actually. We had stocks in Seahorse Coffee Cafe, as well as a few other ones as well. Can't remember them offhand, but they were cool. Van Higgins, entrepreneur and investor. Yeah, those stocks are neat. I haven't really been able to get traction on being in that upper area either. Because basically we went from starting to get the push on to winter, and winter's being annoying at the moment. Because it's too cold for me to sleep outside. Because I don't have the proper attire. We ripped our clothes again. Yeah. What area am I in now? I'm still in the same area. The cabin over by Dixie. So, the one that's on this side. We just ripped our overalls as well, which sucks. No hat? Yeah, somebody took my hat off? Oh, wait. Yeah. Sorry, the command right now is broken. I need to reset it. Cause it's not working right. So it's manual. And thank you though. I do appreciate you you prompting me to remember. Like I said, I do forget some from time to time to events and such. But yeah, same area for now. And actually I think I might just kind of fitness until spring because winter's being annoying. The temperature's too low. I don't have enough good clothing. And I could go search that the clothing down the street, but it's going to take time to do that. And go. No, I did that wrong. Okay. Does suck that I didn't get the proper clothing though to start. Like all my clothing's damaged and not very good. We could spend a good deal of the winter though leveling up tailoring, and then I could be able to fashion my own clothing, but hmm. I can do a little bit. It's really not hard to do it. The specific part of it is to, once you get past level 1 tailoring is when it gets really easy to do that. Arguable once you get to the few hundred of, yeah, I like the leather hand wraps. They're nice. They're probably one of my favorite additions to tailoring so far, is that you can get them really, really early and that they're really easy to make. From bras and underwear? Yeah, that's fair. I'm like looking forward to more recipes and such. Yeah, carpet's not bad for thread. That's if you have access to a carpet. Same for if you have access to a saw, like a proper saw that lets you disassemble, while doing the floors is good too. So like picking up the floor and then disassembling the wooden floor. Can get you some nails that way too if you're lacking in nails. The floor just needs a hammer to pick up. Yeah, but you can't disassemble the underneath of the wood floor. You know what I mean? I don't think it, at least I don't think you can. Let me double check. I thought it required a saw. Where was that piece of floor that I pulled up? Well, we'll just do this one. Yeah, see, disassemble object doesn't let you. You can't disassemble the floor because it requires a saw. You, like pulling up these floorboards, that's not what I meant. You know what I mean? I meant this, like going straight down to the dirt. It's the same as these walls here. You can't disassemble them either. Right? You never remove the actual floor from the bottom? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Because yes, you can pick up the other one, like you said, you can hope for failure, but the there's more wood there underneath, right? That you could take that apart and eat as well. Fire. This reminds me of playing Cryo Winter a little bit, but it's not quite as bad. Like Cryo Winter, you needed the fire at all times. You put out the fire even for a little bit, it's pain and misery. But it's reminding me a little bit of that, where because I want to go somewhere that's far, but I don't have the means yet. Not allowed. You can probably go to fences. Only some of the fences give you nails now. They changed it so some of the fences give you screws. There are more recipes now though than before that give you screws, like that or that go with screws, which is nice. Because there should be, because whenever you, I don't know, like I guess they're not interchangeable. You can't just use screws with nails and nails with screws. It doesn't work that way. But you know. I really hope they don't go through with that drying rack recipe. Or at least that they take off the nail part of it. So why does it need to have nails? It doesn't. It has twine in it already. It was a flute case? Oh, you bonked somebody with the violin? I would totally have kept that as a decoration. Although I suppose you can still use it as a decoration because it probably doesn't have a broken violin like model. Mosh pit tribute. I'm hoping we can push through this. Every other day is fog right now. Yay. 6K more. Is there a hacksaw that can't do that? Only a wood saw? Which some things can't. It says right here. Like you guys maybe can't see it because it's behind me, but it says hacksaw, simple wood saw, wood saw. So if you were to look into the saws, this is the hacksaw. This counts as a hacksaw, so this one's a hacksaw, right? The flint saw doesn't count as a saw. Like, it is a saw, it's the flint saw, but it doesn't count as a saw for disassembling or making planks outside of branches. It can carpentry, what's it called? It can carpentry these into planks, like the large branches into planks, but it can't do logs. Which, I mean, I'm okay with this. I just wish it could disassemble. Because, all in all, yes, it wouldn't be pretty, but I could kick apart this stool. Right? I wouldn't need a saw or a hammer or anything. I could 100% just kick that stool apart. Arguably, it would take a lot of effort. So maybe make it worth strength values instead? But it's the same as needing to pick this up with a smithing hammer or some kind of hammer. Why? Why do I need a hammer to move a set of chest of drawers? Doesn't make sense. I can move the drawers without a hammer. Arguably, I can move a couch without a hammer as well. Did they change that? I can't remember. I think they may have. Nope, it also requires a hammer. Why? Why do I need a hammer to move a couch? Right? Doesn't quite make sense. Because you would need it, and that's harder than it sounds in games. And no, I understand. But they already have the framework for that down, kind of. In the sense of, they've got the body drag animation for the zombies. Have you seen that one? They just recently released that one with Build 42. So you could apply that one to the furniture as well. Of course, by doing that, if zombies attack you while you're moving a body or moving the furniture, that's going to require animations as well. Otherwise, it's not going to look right, right? So there's a lot of extra work that goes into it. Also, in-game mechanics exist, like, but that doesn't account for the fact that moving furniture would be doable without a hammer. You don't really need a hammer for that. Carpentry level, okay, that's weird, but why do I need a hammer to move a couch? In terms though, it's probably for game balance, kind of. Because if you could move a couch, couches are fairly sturdy, defensible objects, kind of. But zombies can just break right through that stuff anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I agree. Realism gets in the way. It's one of those weird ones. Hi, by the way. We're slowly pushing through the winter months. Right now, I'm kind of just taking a knee through winter because I can't quite get to where I want to go. Oh yeah, absolutely. And I agree with you 100% that it's an old mechanic that needs to get re-looked at. Not now, obviously, because right now they've got to work on flow of the game, and flow is more important. Because right now there's a lot of stuff that's gated that doesn't make sense, and there's a lot of flow with the new crafting that's broken, things that are blocked off unless you manage to loot them, stuff like that. It's just that there's a lot of flow and accessibility options that are not quite in good places at the moment that will eventually get addressed. So I'm looking forward to when that stuff gets fixed. And then later they can work on balance. Because game balance is the last thing that needs to be worked on, to be quite fair. Because, yeah, you'll have people running around using and abusing the most brutal of gameplay mechanics, and it will be annoying, but at the same time, there will be quite a lot of folks that
You're amazing.
will, because you can always tone that stuff down after. It's like the whole soda and butter thing, right? They scaled up the butter cost and they then nerfed soda into the ground. That's fine. It's good to do that but at the same time, it's because you don't want your players to be reliant on those sorts of things. But it was getting players moving though. So there is some benefit. Oh, 1 second. We're freezing to death. Paying attention. Oh yeah, absolutely. But we also have to pay attention for changes that are too hard as well, because remember, not everybody's a veteran. And that's something I frequently try to remind myself, is that yes, while a change may be brutal for me and I embrace it, there are people that do not play the game in that way. And then we need to be mindful of those folks and be appreciative of their play styles. Yeah, they don't have that at all. They won't have the extra years of knowledge or months of knowledge, you know, depending. Because some folks will have just got the game, but they'll be learning really fast. Hello. Live long and prosper. Or in the PZ mantra, survive and thrive. It's the same thing. They're the same mantra. Okay, let's go look for food. That is not food. Molly should have a few of them. 100%. I don't, but I'm appreciative. That always makes me think of that Mass Effect species, the floating squid one, the uh, they like glow. What are they called? Is it an H? They refer to themselves though, which is kind of fun. I like all those different sort of space kind of sort of things. They're neat. I wonder if we're gonna get that new Mass Effect game anytime soon. Seriously? Awkward. Weeble wobble my way home. Fun fact about this, you can actually do this in many different ways. You can apply the bandage from your inventory here, and one that folks don't often see is this. You can actually apply the bandage by clicking and dragging it onto the wound like that. And it works as well, which is kind of cool. I'm injured and this sucks. I was supposed to get food down here, but instead they've got injured. Does it work for mini health panel? Actually, yeah. See? You right click on the mini health panel. But I'm so used to just opening this panel, and the only reason I opted to ask for us to get the mini health panel in the first place was just so that it was smaller, it takes up less screen room, and you can lock it. As well as, I kept having people ask me to open up my skill panel and show them my skills. So I would do it every time, because obviously I'm going to do that, because that's nice, right? So I would show everybody my skills, and then I would have to immediately afterwards press H, which turns it into a health panel, right? And then shove it in the corner like that. So just to save myself the extra effort, which this doesn't give you anything that you wouldn't already know, outside of one thing that has been argued to me before, and that is that it gives you the information of the hidden muscle strain mechanic. But if you know that hidden muscle strain mechanic exists already, it doesn't matter. And the muscle strain doesn't affect you until it goes red. So the orange muscle strain, that actually doesn't apply anything to your character. It doesn't have any effect, which means that the yellow muscle strain is also, it just is irrelevant. It just shows that you built up a little bit of muscle strain. Orange being a moderate amount of muscle strain, and red starting to affect you. But yeah, you can make that argument for pretty much any mod, though, which is one of those weird ones, right? But at the same time, it doesn't matter. Playing vanilla, playing with a modded light, or playing with modded heavy, you play the game the way you want to, right? I'm just gonna head back. I've got some emergency food that we can eat. You like this mod? It's not a bad mod. I like the fact that it locks. I don't care about the muscle strain portion of it, because I could get the same information from this panel as that I can get from that. So, and then if you want to know the secret between orange muscle strain and yellow muscle strain, it's a really short timer to count down. You can see it in the debug menu if you're really interested in it. I thought it lowers the damage you do. Which? Orange muscle strain? Nah. Orange muscle strain has no effect. Red muscle strain, on the other hand, there's actually several tiers of red muscle strain. There's separate tiers of it that get progressively worse, up to tier 4 muscle strain. You can treat it like kind of like pain, but not quite. And pain also causes a damage reduction, remember. So as you're building up the pain, your attack speed is affected. And then, it's a bit of a mixture of that and the muscle strain together. But yeah, if you go into debug, you can actually see all that stuff and learn about it. Because if you open the health menu, it shows you. Specifically in brackets, it even says yellow muscle strain, not affecting you character. Orange muscle strain, not affecting your character. Now, whether or not those brackets actually mean anything is another topic entirely. But they kind of do. Orange just means that you've built up a more moderate amount of muscle strain. It's like the final warning before you go red. And then it'll flick up to red eventually, and then that's it. And then, once again, I'm going to say this because I feel like I have to say it every time. There is a big bolded asterisk at the back of whatever I'm saying that says, this is build 42 unstable. It may not stay that way. This information may not be the way that it is in the future. It's subject to change, yeah. It's like, because there's been some of that already. There's some stuff that's completely shifted and changed completely, right? And my information goes from being correct to being wrong very fast. So if I am wrong, though, feel free to correct, and then we can learn together. And if muscle strain does change, if the orange muscle strain is given a value that actually affects your character's attack speed or something, or damage, then it would be good to know that. But yeah, from what I understand, pain is the only value that is applying a damage debuff at first, and then later, as the muscle strain gets progressively worse, it increases the pain value and also lowers your attack speed. But there is no muscle strain Moodle. There's only the pain Moodle. So obviously the muscle strain itself is inflicting pain on you somehow, right? I don't think I can sleep. Yeah, it's pain essentially that's lowering the damage, yeah. And then also causing the attack speed buff once it gets up to agony. Yeah, it's get more strength and get more weapon skill. If you want to know the values, here, I'll give you guys a cool thing about muscle strain. Strength, right? 0 to 10, right? Is 1.5 scaling to 0.5. So what that means is at level 5, it's a 1 times value on muscle strain. So the way that muscle strain works is just a timer. And you build up a number based on your strength and your weapon skill, right? 0 to 10 on weapon skill is a 1 to 0.25 multiplier. So as you can see, weapon skill is the one that kind of is more weighted. However, you want to be level 5 strength first, right? That's how it works. So 0 to 10 is 1 to 0.25 multiplying in the formula. So they're both linear. That's just how it is for all of them. So it's the lowest strength value you can be is a 1.5 times multiplier on muscle strain. And when you're level 10 strength, it's a 0.5 multiplier, meaning that once you're at level 5 strength, you get a 1 times multiplier to your muscle strain formula, which means that you're earning, when you swing, it's 1 muscle strain for your swing. Now, not exactly, because there's other pieces of the formula. If you're interested in the full formula, there's a few places that you can get it. I can post it really fast here. Give me one sec. Where is it? Oh, wrong one. This one. This is specifically only for... There we go. There. That's the formula for muscle strain based on weapon skill. That's not stomping or pushing. Those ones are separate and only strength affects those ones. But you can see that the values where strength and weapon skill go in the formula, you get a low value. And then whether or not the weapon skill is or the weapon is two-handed will apply either a 0.5 or 0.6 multiplier. So 0.5 is for a two-hander, 0.6 is for one-handed. That's why the two-handers are lighter on your muscle strain total than everything. But these values were mined by code divers. Specifically, Somewhat Frog, from what I remember. But I could be wrong, and these values could also change, remember. They're frequently editing the code, so there is no guarantee that these values stay the same. But it's a good baseline to understand how it works and how they, it makes it really puts into perspective. That formula is run every single time you swing your weapon. It runs all those numbers at once. Plus it rolls crit values, and against the zombie. Also, if you swing and miss, it still does the muscle strain for your character. So see, the thing is though, that's not how it works. After a while, you just see code. And in my case, I just see squares. The squares, they never go away. Yeah, I like those. No, you were right. That one's your quote was from Cypher, actually. In the Matrix, when he's talking to Neo in the he's in the, what's it called? They're in that room looking at stuff right before his meeting with Agent Smith. You never remember his name? Yes, it's Cypher. There's a handful of folks that are in that one. Drinking alcohol. Yeah. Definitely is an interesting film. I like those movies. Come on, you can feel better here. You're not going to. Another hole in the pants, though. Do I have a pair of clothes that I can wear that's together? No. It says 3 holes. This doesn't have any holes, but... I'd have to get rid of these pants. Oh, is there another hole in the back? So there's 3 holes in these pants. Why have another pair of pants? Oh, there might be one in this pile over here. Three holes. 2 holes. No. 3 holes. Hello. Appreciated. Hopefully you have a good weekend too. You like my outfit? I've got quite a few clothes that I can wear, and I really like that. I'm looking forward to things as well that are coming in the future. But I'm always looking forward and looking forward to things, because it's important. Or at least it's important to me. Keeps me on task. Uh, just the lovely hat was missing? Yeah. It's one of those things that I'm glad can be rectified. But Chat likes to wear the hat too. So, you know, we share. It should be 15 minutes, is it not? I thought that it was 15. It's supposed to be 15 because that way it can come on and off 4 times every hour. But I might have done it 10, so then that's 5, which would be an odd number. Would be fixed by... Yeah. Does it say 10? Okay, then it must be 10. The actual button would know better than I would. Because I said it ages ago. But it was meant to be a balance kind of thing, right? And then, well, fireworks, for example, are one that I very frequently will refund. Because I like the idea of you guys celebrating and having fun. So. But I don't always refund it, so just be warned. You may not get your points back, maybe. But it is good for celebratory means. Hooray. So. Mm. We're too far away to... There we go. Actually, it's plus 10. We want to go over here, set an alarm, eat a couple of these, sleep until the cold wakes us up. Relight this. This is tough. We're not in a good spot right now. I have to hope that we can go over to that area there beside us and I need to go back. Thankfully, we should be able to make it because we've got enough health, but the problem is that hunger's gonna be a problem here momentarily. We're definitely pushing it a little. In a bad spot. Bad spot indeed. All because the trees shredded apart my clothes. And this is with outdoorsy. If we didn't have outdoorsy, we'd be sick right now on top of this. There's a forage on the way as well. Oh, please, oh please. No. Where are we? Yeah, we can still move a little bit quick. Wait 1 second. Gotta drop this on the ground. And do burpees right now. we can't make it? Or do we die? It's definitely going to be cutting it close. Grab the food on the way by. All of it. Is it going on still? Yeah, it is. It's just really, really slow. Okay. Maybe I won't die. Maybe it'll be okay. We can't sleep right now. No, maybe it's not going down. Maybe it stopped at 50% for a second. If we didn't rush back, we would have died out there. For sure. I'm glad I went back when I did. Because I was thinking about going to look in... So along that road, there's some clothing. But it's probably mostly damaged. Okay. How's weight doing? Doesn't matter right now. I just need food in general. There's no... Oh, okay. I was gonna say there's no fish, but that's not true. We'll run and grab my bag here in a moment. I just didn't want to do it while we're hungry and cold. Jeez. That could have been very bad very quickly. Good thing we managed to get out of that. It seems like it held though at 50% for a bit. I don't know how long it was going to do that for. I wonder if you can die by hypothermia now. Because it was something that you dropped down to like 1 HP before in build 41. And then anything else would kill you. So, but it wouldn't, you could live at 1 HP pretty much indefinitely in build 41. But it wouldn't be a big surprise to me if they made it so that that's not the case anymore. And that you just die outright when you reach a certain point. Yeah, look how far out the bag is. This is when we started to really lose health, and I started to really, because I didn't want to take any chances. If you feel like your character's not going to move fast, then like just lose everything. You don't, life greater than the stuff that you're carrying. Drop it all if you gotta. Outside of, if you're in this situation, I wouldn't want to get rid of all of the clothes. But that said, like, look at this. Because this level of tired reduces your temperature as well. So it's stacking with the cold that's already in existence. That and hunger also causes you to get cold too. So these two combine with the cold, making it even worse. Plus it was windy. I mean... It's okay though. We're in a stage now where we're fine. Back up. I think it's clear that I'm gonna have to level tailoring in order to get patches on these clothes. Can't do that right this second. So down this way, damaged me initially and got me in that spiral a little bit. Let's see. I suppose we can fish. At least we're already through, nearly a third through the winter. We are going to need to get more firewood, though. This is not nearly enough. How's the rat race been going in general? It's been going good. Currently, though, it's been painful. We've lost a lot of good runs, unfortunately, recently. So hopefully that's it for the time being, and that every run keeps going and strong. But a lot of good runs have died recently. There we go. go. Maybe once I repair these, it'll be a lot better. Oh, I was like, oh, wow, I thought I had so much more dogbane hemp, but I don't seem to have. And no, that was the dogbane hemp that was inside the packet, not the ones that were on the floor. There's like 70 on the floor. Alright, we should be good to keep making twine and leveling this. And somehow, even after eating that fish, I'm losing weight, even though I didn't do anything but stand in the kitchen and tear fabric. It's very calorie consuming to tear fabric, don't you know? Yeah, great exercise. I mean, probably. Like, I mean, fabric isn't easy to rip. Not all fabrics are like, and imagine doing it for hours. I guarantee it would take a long time. Neck pain should come down eventually. Finally. Maybe we can heat ourselves up now. More tents. How heated is this hat? It's fair insulation. Is it the most though? Yeah, it's the most that I have available. I don't remember the last winter being this bad. But that's because I had better clothing, I think. Mm-hmm. Is up with the water. Hmm. Chop down a tree, I guess. What is this? Oh, that's... Never mind. I thought that that was like something, but it's not. It's just the leaves. Oh. This makes 4 wooden cups? Each single piece of firewood is equivalent to 6, 12. Yeah, it works out. Oh, that's unfortunate that you can't put the axe kind of like on top. Might be able to catch a fish. Well, thank you very much for the prime. Do very much appreciate. Enjoy your ad-free viewing as well as your frog emotes, as well as an increase in channel currency. you get one of those on Twitch and you used it here. I do very much appreciate. It's not the fish. Earning a job is stressful? It can be. Especially when you have deadlines and such. But thankfully a lot of people are understanding about that kind of thing. Sort of. Like, they definitely want the bills to be paid and such, which is important. You know, can't have outstanding debts. But yeah. You want a job, but the job doesn't want you. It's just a matter of time. You can keep at it, and eventually you'll find something. Can't let yourself get discouraged. I know that that's not the easiest thing to do in the world, but a lot of folks end up in that. Sort of this getting stuck in that kind of way. But you'll get through it. So it does, but it doesn't. That's the thing, right? You need experience, but once you get even the smallest bit of experience, certifications are much more important. As well as degrees and all of that. It can sometimes also feel like folks that have degrees are too good for certain types of positions. So that's why they get overlooked. Like, it becomes a matter of, why are you applying for this? You're way better than this, is what a lot of people will think. So, that can also be a thing. Because they'll also feel like you won't stick with them kind of thing. You're going to move on the second something else that comes up. And that's not false, because most of the time that's what you should do. If something better comes along, you should move forward with your life. But that said, it's one of those things that they're trying to, get ahead of that in a way. So, you'll find something eventually. And then once you get a little bit of experience, that's all it takes. It's just a smidgen. Sometimes it's about getting a position that's slightly less than the one that you want, so that you can eventually get into the job that you want, like through being part of the business and or whatever it is, right? It's like doing the entry level stuff so that you can get the further along stuff, because you're already certified. You already have the qualifications to be better than, so you don't have to worry about getting those later. But it all depends, right? Depends on the area, depends on what kind of profession you're going into. There's a lot of differing pieces to that puzzle. Yeah. But it sometimes does feel kind of sad and frivolous. But you need to know that lots and lots of folks have been there, and you'll get through it. Just keep shooting for the stars. I know that's kind of, it's platitudes and it's kind of, you know, same old, but sometimes it's important. I could be doing push-ups or something, but with this level of tiredness, I'll be only able to do one batch, and then I'll have to deal with like a short amount of muscle strain, but still, it's like, it's not worth it. I could be doing reloading, but nah, also not worth it. Basically, we're hibernating right now. I don't know why it's so much colder this run than it was the last time. It's ridiculous difference. Because, well, I guess it's the same temperature. It's just that our clothing layout is kind of bad. Our previous clothing layout was so much better than this one. Good job, apartment. Yeah, that's how it goes. You set yourself, but you need to start, before you go into doing all those things at once, do it piecemeal. You've got a bunch of goals. Now set smaller goals within your goals and start ticking them off one by one. So, like, for the get a job thing, make sure that you're putting out as many applications as you can in the fields that you want to get a job in, you know, as well as for, finding a good apartment is one of those kinds of things that takes some time. But, little bits at a time. Turn your bigger goals into many smaller goals. Accomplish your smaller goals within the bigger goal, and then hit your bigger goals. But yeah, you're right. Things are expensive, but that's how it always is, especially when you're first getting into everything. Let's do 4. I'll be outside. Really? Is it a nice, cozy little house? I mean, it is. It's a good house. I like being here. But at the same time, I don't like being trapped here, which I currently am. I can't really functionally go out all the way to where I want to go because I can't build a structure. There's no way to build a house currently with my current loadout. I need to wait patiently and be patient. It's hard though. Like, I mean, I could, if I had level 3 carpentry, I could make these log stairs and then I could then produce a like a log roof kind of. It would be difficult though, right? Because how would you do floor? Because is there a floor that we can do that's... Nope, requires nails, requires some kind of gravel, requires tile and a bucket of clay cement. Not entirely impossible if we can get animals. And then this one requires a recipe and then metal sheets and welding torches. So, yeah, so essentially not possible right now. But hopeful. Like I'm hopeful. But the reason why I'm trapped is because it's by the time I get out there, over by the other chair, we have to heat ourselves by that fire. I could sleep at that other chair, but I would need to use the fire to keep myself warm because I don't have an indoor area that's over there that's safe. Currently, the Spiffos and Nolans are both overrun, so I can't quite get a hold of those two to live in. There's nothing else that's kind of on that path at the moment. I could run past it and try to go to Doe Valley, but then that would just be abandoning this area entirely. Which is, I mean, possible. I could go there. It would give me the opportunity for new loot, but it's not a guarantee that I'll be okay. This is a guarantee. I have 100% chance that I can just take a knee until winter's over. So, as much as it is kind of maybe on the warmer days we can head out, but currently, nope. Long training montage for 3 in-game months, essentially, is what we're stuck doing. Which is not the worst. There are definitely worse ways to play. But it does take quite a lot of effort. My goal right now is just to at least 1/3 of the winter gone. So that we only have to do 2 more thirds of winter. And we'll see how far along we are. Which, that's level 6 strength. That's stout. So now, we go out. We grab a slice of fish. We won't get to fitness 10, not in 3 months. There's no way. Not even if I were to focus just only doing exercise the entire time. And that's not counting the eating and the balancing of my diet that I'm going to be doing. So, we'll probably reach... I want to say fitness 5 might be doable. So we'll be able to get rid of unfit, which is huge. But it is definitely a tough one for sure. But I am stout now, which that actually helps out considerably on the muscle strain front. Okay, I can eat that. That gives me sadness, but Okay, now we'll just do squats until we're fit, kind of. Like, see, because we're indoors right now and it's -3, outside is -20, and we don't have the best clothes. If we had slightly better clothes, I would be able to go and do stuff, but these were the best quality of clothes that I could have currently. Although there might be some better ones on that road, there's nothing that's available at this exact moment in time.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. Do appreciate it. Well, that's not going to go up for a while, but it will go up eventually. Same for foraging. We'll probably do some more foraging tomorrow in game. Quite. Almost. I know. Okay. Hmm. I really... It could be because of the heat, though. I need to find food, like, real bad. I see. I've seen something. Like I said, it's not food. Jeez. No berries at all? What is this? I mean, berries are rare, but they shouldn't be, like, super rare. This is another place we can go. Is this direction? I have emergency food, but I'd rather not dip into it if I can avoid it. Can I see your levels and such? Sure. Right now, my combat levels aren't very high level. Ooh, beauty berries, finally. This is like desperation. But yeah, it's not crazy how levels, like some of the skills I have at level 7 because I focused them and I wanted to see if I could I was disappointed, I really was, when I got to level 7 masonry and I just could not make the maul and I couldn't make the axes. Because I kind of half-heartedly was hoping that that would be like something I can do with the smithing hammer or like any hammer and chisel, I figured. But no, it demands using the club hammer and specifically the metal chisel, the masonry chisel, which is, I mean, I managed to forge a masonry chisel. The problem is, though, it only accepts the club hammer. It doesn't accept any other kind of hammer. So well, it would accept a block hammer, but the block hammer is a welding item. At least I think it's a welding item, making it almost impossible for me to get. At least in my current situation, I would have to forage up all of the pieces for it. Which at that point, I might as well just ask RNG to give me the block hammer or club hammer itself. Which I did earlier. I mean, somebody asked me which weapon or what I would prefer. If I could find one item right now, like just given to me, I would pick the club hammer. Just so that I can move on with having weapons, at least in confidence. And then I would build up my weapons over the next couple of months because I can't properly function at the minus 15 to minus 20 range at the moment because our insulation's just not good enough. So maybe if our insulation improves, we'll be able to do it, but currently I can't. I just have to deal with the insulation I've been dealt. I could have got maybe better clothes from the zombies over time, but I haven't seen anything that was particularly good. The only thing I'm slightly regretful for is not grabbing a beanie if there was one, and I don't know if there was. There might have been one beanie that I left behind, but I doubt it, because I was collecting all sorts of hats before, so why would I not pick up the beanie as well? As sort of like just to add to my little hat collection that I started collecting. For those that don't know, beanie would be slightly better than this hat for insulation. Also, I'm wearing overalls, which are not as good insulation as some of the better pants. So, specifically, the Ranger outfit is one of the best insulated gear that's most common in the game. You've got a few other things that can outpace it, like all of the padded gear can, the wool hat and those kinds of things can easily outpace the Ranger gear. But in terms of sheer availability, the Ranger outfit is the best. It's the best outfit in the game. In terms of quality insulation, that is. And it is an outfit that actually managed to sustain me through a Cryo Winter playthrough. Because I managed to snag a Ranger outfit early on in Cryo Winter, and those temperatures dropped down to like minus 177. Like, it was super, super cold. Of course, I couldn't function at those temperatures either. My character was basically stuck inside next to a furnace at all times. Or an antique stove, I mean. But still, like, I mean, we were able to get through it is the point. So this is not too bad. If we manage to get some Ranger clothes, we'll be fine. But for now, I just need to hibernate. For the moment. We're managing to save up a lot of bones, and the bones are thus giving me more axes. So we are building up some bone axes as time goes on as well. More axes means less that I have to work on in terms of forced napping. Although we will need to level our napping all the way up eventually. I'm just hoping that by that time they fix the debris. Because if they fix the debris, it'll be a lot easier to level napping. At least to level 5. Past level 5, I might as well just wait for the books. Because I just... And or whenever I do manage to nap something, it's fine kind of deal. But, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, so the large flat stones right now are not able to be picked up like when you go to click them, it just deletes them, which sucks because those stones are some of the best napping XP after level 4. So, here, I'll show you. So for napping, you're given some choices. I could choose to, if I want to level napping to 5, which would get me this. It would get me this napped mall head, which I need in order to get more flint, right? In order to get this, I need to level, um, well, I've got choices. I can try to find limestone, which is kind of it appears gradually throughout. Like there is some there. It's not bad XP. Every single other craft requires chip stone. So all of these are just a chip stone. Meanwhile, this is 2 chip stones and this is a flint nodule, right? This one is stones. So if I were to run around looking for these large stones that are on the ground, the large stone debris, this does 2.8 in terms of XP, which would result in me needing roughly about 667 uh, large stones currently. Something like that. 367, 365. It's a lot of large stones. I don't even know if there's that many large stones in the immediate area. That said, those are my only options. The rest, like I said, because this right here would be an option at level 4, but isn't because the flat stones are not available in not readily available. I would be able to use. I have a total of 4 flat stones right now that I've accumulated over the 5 months that we've been playing, nearly 6 months. Through foraging, I've managed to get 4 of them. But as you can imagine, relying on foraging for any item is doable, but dangerous. Because foraging is a probability game. When you're playing foraging, you're hoping you're going to get items. And sometimes those items do show up, but sometimes they don't. That's the biggest reason why Dogbane Hemp was hurting us so badly, was because you needed 20 of it. And back then, you only used to get a handful every time you got a node, right? And then, so you would need to, in essence, have found several nodes of it. But you'd only ever find like 1 or 2 nodes of it, maybe 3 or 4 nodes of it during rain. And that still wasn't enough to fill in the need. Same for my need for chipstone right now. I can't do very much in terms of axe creation for chipstone axes, or flint saws in this case. However, I'm supplementing that with the bone axes, and it's going quite well. It's just insulation right now is holding us back. I think right now I can make about a dozen bone axes, which would last me to clear at least a portion of the crossroads, if we could sustain insulation long enough to get out there. But yeah, can't do that at the moment. However, let's see. Yeah, so this is a good stopping point for me for right now. So we're about 1/3 through winter. We've got about 2 more months of winter left to go. So January and February. I'm gonna see if I can't maybe do both of those next time I play. We'll see. But for now, I'm good. We'll take a bit of a rest so that I can go have myself some food and some rest. You know, this is a good stopping point. There we go. Yeah. Food and rest is good. That way we can kind of, let's see. Oh dear. Let's see. Let's see who we're gonna raid. Um, oh, there's a lot of people we can raid today. Lots and lots of people. Yeah, we can raid. There we go. I know where we'll go. We'll go visit. There we go. one of my new VIPs. Here we go. Tis been my absolute pleasure as always. I will see you guys next time. Ta for now.